Chapter 776. Please, dear customer, I really can't drink anymore. As long as you don't let me drink, I'll do anything. The lady boss's face was rosy, but there was a faint trace of green in it. Her eyes were blurred and carried a trace of fear. Although the poison-dispelling bead could repel hundreds of poisons, there was still a limit. It didn't mean that she would be fine no matter how many poisons she ate. From just now until now, she had drunk countless bowls of wine and eaten at least 20 to 30 deadly poisons. Even the poison-dispelling bead couldn't take it anymore. Is that so? Li Qingshan wrapped his arm around the owner's waist, and the owner conveniently sat in his arms. She wrapped her arms around his neck and wiggled her perky bottom. She said coquettishly, "Oh my, you're taking advantage of me again. Forget it, I'll give up." She looked like she didn't care what he did. "Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself my mother? It doesn't matter, if you don't want to drink, I'll feed you." The smile in Li Qingshan's eyes deepened and another bowl of wine was sent to her lips. The lady boss's expression changed and she struggled with all her might. However, the arm around her waist became like an iron hoop, as if it was going to break her. Inexplicably frightened, she reluctantly drank another bowl and forced a smile. "Dear customer, you really can drink. How could I dare to be your mother? I'd be more like your wife. I think I've drunk enough, send me back to my room to rest." Li Qingshan didn't seem to hear it and smiled as he picked up the second bowl. She tightly closed her lips and shook her head to resist. She rubbed against Li Qingshan's arms and said coquettishly, "I don't want to drink. I don't want to drink. It's not up to you now." Li Qingshan smiled as he covered her mouth and poured the wine down her throat. The wine spilled onto her blue embroidered clothes, causing white smoke to rise. It corroded at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing a large patch of white skin that was still protected by the poison-dispelling bead. The lady boss's expression changed. Li Qingshan laughed, "This wine is so strong." As he spoke, he picked up another bowl. From this moment on, he did not touch a single drop of alcohol. He poured bowl after bowl into her mouth like a forced duck. The alcohol flowed down from the side of her lips. More than half of her clothes were corroded. Even her embroidered skirt fell apart. She was almost naked. A white ball struggled and twisted in Li Qingshan's arms. However, this lively scene didn't have the slightest bit of charm. Gradually, her face turned green. A layer of green qi floated around their bodies. This was a sign that he could not suppress the poison in his body any longer. Sir, please spare my life. I won't do it again." Tears streamed down the lady boss's face. Is there poison in the wine? I don't have the antidote, so how can I spare you?" Li Qingshan smiled as he enjoyed the beauty in his arms. However, his hands were not soft at all. Bowl after bowl, he put her to death. It was drizzling outside the door, and the fragrance of wine filled the air, mixed with the sweet smell of poisonous gas. "Master, save me." The lady boss spat out a mouthful of alcohol and cried out miserably. "Li Qingshan, do you know what was in the dishes you just ate?" Chef's voice came from the kitchen. "Oh, what? Human meat. Adults and children's, men's and women's. Do you think it's beef, lamb, pork, or fish? Ha 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 ha. The human meat that I, Ren Chef, make is the best in Savage Mountain. How does it taste?" Ren Chef laughed wildly, no longer showing any humility or politeness. Although there was no poison in the dishes, the evil intentions were even worse than poisoning the wine. Li Qingshan would definitely be shocked and furious, vomiting in disgust. After all, cannibalism was a rare cruelty even in the southern border, let alone in Qing province. As a Buddhist disciple, he might even develop a heart demon. As long as he was angered, he would immediately escape up the mountain and lead him into a trap. Unexpectedly, Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow and said calmly, "I see. I was wondering why the taste was so special. He lowered his head and patted his stomach. I ate your flesh to take revenge for you. At the end, he stood up straight, and 2 beams of light shot out of his eyes. He waved his hand. Come back. Ren Chef was overjoyed to see his plan succeed. No matter how strong he was, he would need a breath's time to pass through the layers of formations. It would be enough for him to escape. A sudden shout rang in his ears, and his head buzzed. His body stopped abruptly, and blood flowed out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. A black chain whistled over, wrapping around his waist and pulling him back violently. By the time he returned to his senses, Li Qingshan was standing sternly in front of him. He even held the completely naked owner of the shop in his arms. Her face alternated between green and purple, and her white, smooth skin showed faint signs of festering. Li Qingshan used 2 chains of demon suppression to tie them up and walked out of the restaurant. He glanced at the tall tower at the peak of the mountain, smiled slightly, and actually turned to leave. Those few cave masters were really able to keep their composure. Seeing that their own disciples were about to die, they still refused to descend the mountain. To devil cultivators, not to mention their disciples, even their parents and children were not as important as their own safety. They still held on to a sliver of hope that the drunk Li Qingshan would be infuriated and charge up the mountain to settle the score with them regardless of the consequences. If that happened, they would have achieved their objective of sacrificing 2 disciples. They did not expect him to leave just like that. This time, they really could not sit still anymore. The expressions of the 5 of them became extremely ugly. If they let a White Eagle commander break through the mountain gate, kill countless demonic cultivators, capture 2 disciples, and then leave so easily, the lair of demons of Savage Mountain would really become the biggest joke in the world. The 5 of them would become the joke of the joke, and they would not be able to face anyone in the future. Not only did Li Qingshan leave just like that, he left very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was almost out of the city, showing his determination to leave. However, his footsteps suddenly stopped, and his expression darkened. That child's corpse lay in the middle of the road, but the old man he stabbed with his cane had disappeared. The demonic cultivators might have been intimidated by his ferocity for a moment, but none of them were easily frightened. They had seen far more vicious and cruel scenes than this. Do you really think you're the cave master of the lair of demons? You want us to obey you with just 1 sentence? So, the moment Li Qingshan left, the old man who cursed him was saved by someone. Of course, they also took away all of his belongings. Very good, I won't ask who it is. Li Qingshan turned around. You finally dare to come down the mountain to see me. How bold of you. Master. Human Chef cried out in joy. The female boss also gazed at the silkworm madam eagerly, but the poison had invaded her body, so she could not even utter a word. Sir, you've clearly come to Savage Mountain to find us, yet you're afraid to come up here. You sure are bold. The silkworm madam sneered. Release him, and we can still talk things out. Otherwise, The gentleman of heavenly blubber moved his mountainous body and suddenly took a step forward. The ground trembled violently, and his presence surged into the air, demonstrating the great strength of the second cave master. I originally wanted to become a cave master on Savage Mountain, but it seems like they're all like this. How disappointing. Li Qingshan shook his head and sighed. His disappointment was not feigned. Instead, it came from the bottom of his heart. Didn't they say there were 8 cave masters? And existences close to the 3rd heavenly tribulation? Why are there only 5 here? Are the other 3 hidden, or are they not on Savage Mountain? So much for going to the trouble of luring them down the mountain. I've overestimated them. You want to be a cave master? The silkworm madam squinted her eyes. So that was his objective for coming here. A mighty White Hawk commander actually wanted to be a cave master of the lair of demons. What a joke. That's right. Li Qingshan held back his disappointment and said with a smile. The gentleman of heavenly blubber was rather surprised too, but if that was the case, his series of actions could be explained. If he really wanted to become enemies with the lair of demons, he would have unleashed a massacre in the city a long time ago. Why would he only kill demonic cultivators who had offended him? He seemed fierce and brutal, but he was actually extremely restrained. He did not seem like he would fight to the death. It was said that he had offended a prince, which was why he was sent to the south. As it seemed, he was interested in joining the demonic path. If it were 10 years ago, it really might have been possible for him to be accepted. The lair of demons had always accepted anyone as long as they were powerful enough. If a White Hawk commander could join them, it would be a great show of prestige. But now, only death awaited him. Otherwise, how could he force Yu Wufeng out of seclusion? Anyway, he had to trick him first, so he said, "I see. Then it really has been a misunderstanding. Our lair of demons has always been tolerant and accommodating. It's just that your identity is far too sensitive, which made us overly suspicious. If you had stated your intentions earlier, there wouldn't have been so many misunderstandings. We should have opened our doors wide and welcomed you up the mountain." "What? I'll never agree to it. If you want to be a cave master of our lair of demons, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror first? See if you're qualified or not." Way of the Poison panicked. If he really let Li Qingshan become cave master, it was very likely for him to be ranked above him with his strength. He would never be able to avenge himself then. "What's your name?" Li Qingshan gazed at the hateful Way of the Poison in some confusion. "The 8th cave master of the lair of demons, Way of the Poison," said Way of the Poison. "Oh, you must be that Qin something's master," Li Qingshan recalled. "That's right. Today, only death awaits you," Way of the Poison said sinisterly. It was not like the two people in Li Qingshan's hands were his disciples. He was eager for Li Qingshan to kill them so that the gentleman of heavenly blubber and the silkworm madam could taste the pain of losing a beloved disciple. This is a major matter for our lair of demons. Even the first cave master will nod his head if he's here. Who cares if you agree or not? The gentleman of heavenly blubber shot a vicious glance at Way of the Poison, and Way of the Poison shut his mouth. This wretched disciple of mine can't hold on for much longer. Please release her so that we can sit down and discuss this slowly. The silkworm madam panicked inside. On the ground, the owner's alluring body had already swelled up, covered in blisters. She no longer had the slightest color as she moaned and squirmed on the ground. "Release her." Li Qingshan glanced at her. "I'll definitely make her apologize to you in the future." "You can do whatever you want with her," said the silkworm madam. "Who poisoned her? You can deal with it yourself. It's not like I'm stopping you." Li Qingshan laid out his hands. "Old 8th Way, why don't you go deal with the poison?" "If it weren't for your stupid idea, how could this have happened?" said the silkworm madam. Way of the Poison was reluctant, but he knew that if he refused, not only would the silkworm madam hold a grudge against him, but even the gentleman of heavenly blubber would blame him. All he could do was make his way over. "So it's you again." Li Qingshan smiled. "So what if it's me?" Way of the Poison raised his guard carefully. At the same time, he searched for an opening in Li Qingshan's defense, ready to deal him a fatal blow at any time. It's the father's fault for not teaching his son properly. It's all the master's fault. Your disciple has provoked me, yet you still don't know how to learn your lesson. You still want to avenge him. Die for me. Chapter 777. No one expected Li Qingshan to attack without the slightest hesitation. Was it just a feint when he said he wanted to be the cave master of the lair of demons earlier? Way of the Poison was already prepared, but he never expected the punch to arrive so quickly. It was so fierce. In that instant, it filled his entire field of vision like a black cloud had enveloped the land. Black lightning crisscrossed within the black cloud. It was a crack formed by the power of tremors ripping through the air. Before the punch had even arrived, it had already completely shattered Way of the Poison's confidence. He's actually so powerful. Didn't he just undergo the second heavenly tribulation recently? There was no time to dodge, no time to counterattack, no time to call out. Way of the Poison pushed his poison arts to the limit. Green-black smoke rose up around him, thick and solid as if it was tangible. He hoped it could block the punch for a moment before immediately retreating so that the other cave masters could come to his rescue. However, the defense formed by the poisonous smoke collapsed as soon as it came into contact. Let alone block it, it did not even weaken the punch at all. Bang! The upper half of Way of the Poison's body turned into a bloody mist, flying towards the cave masters. Only his two lonely legs remained standing there. The four remaining cave masters had only just assumed a posture to provide assistance when they all froze where they were, dumbfounded. Way of the Poison was the weakest among the 8 cave masters, and he was more skilled in killing his enemies with poison instead of direct combat. However, he was still a powerful cultivator who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation after all, yet he had actually been killed by a single punch like that. Let alone block it, he could not even blow up his golden core in time. Just how terrifying was that? Li Qingshan, why, you? The gentleman of heavenly blubber's fat jiggled as he pointed at Li Qingshan and bellowed furiously, but he subconsciously shrunk back. Don't be afraid. This person has grievances with me. He's constantly plotting against me. I only killed him because I had no other choice. If I became a cave master of the lair of demons, I would rather not be associated with trash like him. I'd rather not be associated with trash like him. Li Qingshan patted his hands with a smile and stowed away Way of the Poison's 100 treasures pouch and greenish-black golden core as he said nonchalantly. My disciple clearly did something wrong, so I helped him clean up the mess. Not only is he ungrateful, but he's even bold enough to seek revenge. You can't be that unreasonable, right? As Li Qingshan spoke, he kicked the lady boss. Right now, she looked like a huge tumor that crashed into the human chef's body. She flew out and exploded in midair. The human chef let out a blood-curdling scream. The pus mixed with dozens of poisons poured all over his body. His whole body was sore, itchy, and numb. Rolling on the ground. He crawled to the gentleman of heavenly blubber and extended his hand. Master, save me. However, the only person who could possibly save him had already been turned into a mist of blood. He couldn't be more dead. The gentleman of heavenly blubber took a step back, afraid to let him touch him. His face reddened. He glared at Li Qingshan with a murderous look. You. Very good. Then he let out a long sigh and said, I will give you a quick death. He raised his hand and prepared to strike down with his palm. Who gave you permission to give him a quick death? Li Qingshan took a step forward and threw another punch at the gentleman of heavenly blubber. The gentleman of heavenly blubber drifted backwards, demonstrating a lightness that completely contrasted with his size. Li Qingshan's punch landed in the air and produced a thunderous rumble. Right when the gentleman of heavenly blubber was about to say something, a tremendous force appeared through the air, sending him flying. Bang! 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 He smashed through several dozen structures. The ghost ascetic retreated. The silkworm madam retreated. The mountain insect retreated. None of the 3 cave masters were bold enough to take advantage of this opportunity to attack him. Instead, they chose to retreat immediately to avoid becoming his next target. If it was Way of the Poison, then so be it, but who was the gentleman of heavenly blubber? He had actually been sent flying by a single punch. It was my disciple who offended you first, fellow. We won't hold it against him. Please stop, fellow. Let's sit down and talk. Don't tell me you really want to fight to the death with our lair of demons? You definitely won't benefit from it. The silkworm madam said as she retreated. In the beginning, she had pretended to talk to Li Qingshan to lure him into a trap. Just now, she wanted to talk to Li Qingshan to save her disciple. Now, she wanted to talk to Li Qingshan from the bottom of her heart. She wanted to save her own life. I heard that becoming a cave master of the lair of demons requires a lot of tests. Come and test me and see whether I have the right or not. Li Qingshan let out a long laugh and leapt off in pursuit. His target was the silkworm madam. Suddenly, the dense spiritual qi in the valley began to flow wildly. The formations shone with multicolored light, overlapping and merging with one another. Li Qingshan was trapped in a sea of formations. Some slowed him down, while others made him dizzy. In the surroundings, fire blazed, sword qi surged, poisonous water sprayed, and boulders smashed down. In that instant, who knew how many attacks shot towards him furiously? The gray, gloomy clouds in the sky were illuminated into a magnificent color. Break! Li Qingshan bellowed and the demon dragon roared. A dark gold demon dragon sliced through the waves and opened up a path in the sea of formations, heading straight for the silkworm madam. After enduring countless attacks, the demon dragon turned into a long sword. Li Qingshan held it in his hand and slashed it down towards the silkworm madam. Dharma treasure. The silkworm madam's expression changed. She waved her right hand and threw out a white handkerchief. It expanded with the wind and like a cloud curtain, it headed straight for Li Qingshan. The white handkerchief was not only made of sturdy material, it also contained a soft power. Even the sharp sword qi could not pierce through it. Break! Li Qingshan punched out and the clouds dispersed. The white handkerchief was torn into pieces, revealing the shocked and beautiful face of the silkworm madam. Break! The sword light flashed and blood splattered. The silkworm madam felt the world spin and suddenly saw her own body. She had no head and her eyes were wide open in disbelief. This test is too simple, again. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan's eyes turned and he saw the back view of the ghost ascetic running. He laughed sinisterly. At this moment, the attacks formed by the layers of formations came at him again. Destroy! Li Qingshan stepped down with his right foot and the power of tremors spread out. Boom 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 boom. The ground rippled, rising and falling. Tens of thousands of tons of rocks surged like a raging tide, as if a giant beast buried deep underground had come to life. All sorts of buildings were torn apart like paper boxes. The layers of formations suffered the same fate. It was like a magnitude 12 earthquake. The city was turned into ruins and the epicenter was right under Li Qingshan's right foot. The ox demon tremors at the beginning was called the ox demon trample. As for the countless demonic cultivators hidden in the city, if they were standing on the ground when Li Qingshan stepped out, even if they were not killed on the spot, they would be severely injured. That was why he did not care who had saved the old man who had cast the curse, because they were all going to die. At the same time, a crack in the ground chased after the ghost ascetic like a bolt of black lightning. Li Qingshan, you've gone too far. The ghost ascetic leaped up, his blood-colored kasaya fluttering in the wind. In midair, his body rapidly grew. When he descended from the sky, he was already more than 100 feet tall. 7 or 8 sharp horns grew out of his head, some long and some short. His mouth protruded forward like a wild beast, his fangs exposed. Blood-colored light surged between his teeth, and he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a blood-colored beam of light. Boom! The blood-colored beam of light bombarded the place where Li Qingshan was standing. The soil melted and turned into lava. Li Qingshan's figure moved to the side and brushed past the beam of light. The ghost ascetic turned his head, and the blood-colored beam of light swept towards Li Qingshan. At the same time, he waved his claws wildly, summoning dozens of blood-colored light balls that shot out beams of blood-colored light that interweaved into a dazzling light net. A crimson color suddenly appeared in Li Qingshan's long hair. His bronze-colored face began to change subtly, gaining a bewitching handsomeness. A pair of wind and fire wings suddenly spread out behind him. In an instant, he also turned into a beam of light that twisted and curled, passing through the light net at an impossible angle. He appeared in front of the ghost ascetic, stepped on his big head, and chased after Mountain Worm without looking back. The ghost ascetic's huge body froze, and cracks appeared on it. Blood-colored light shot out from it, like a surging eye under the cracked ground. The light grew brighter and brighter. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption, the ghost ascetic turned into thousands of dazzling beams of blood-colored light, illuminating the gloomy sky red. Chains of demon suppression. The chains of demon suppression rushed towards Mountain Worm. Clatter. The sounds of the chains colliding were like the demonic sound of death. Mountain Worm let out an inhuman shriek, which was rather like the hum of insects. All of his pockets opened up. Various goo insects of various shapes and sizes surged out, turning into a cloud of insects that surged towards Li Qingshan furiously. Mountain Worm flew forward without even looking back. As long as he entered the vicinity of the central peak of Savage Mountain, he could activate the extremely powerful formations. However, he no longer hoped to lure Li Qingshan into a trap and kill him. He only hoped to escape alive. Li Qingshan did not look at the incoming cloud of insects or the fleeing Mountain Worm. Instead, he pointed in another direction. Demon Suppression Tower. Having been sent flying by the punch, the gentleman of heavenly blubber climbed up from the ruins. He was utterly furious. He practiced an extremely special cultivation method that allowed him to absorb all damage with his fat. Right when he was about to fight Li Qingshan to the death, he saw the silkworm madam's head being beheaded in a single stroke. He was taken aback. When the city was reduced to ruins by Li Qingshan's foot, he immediately turned around and rushed into the depths of the valley. He muttered inside, has he really only undergone the second heavenly tribulation? That's impossible. That's impossible. His cultivation had already reached late second heavenly tribulation, almost close to the peak. He was confident that he could kill the silkworm madam if he struck out, but he definitely could not do it so easily. A full-powered strike could also destroy the city, but it was impossible for such a large-scale attack to kill so many cultivators. The strength he had demonstrated had completely surpassed what cultivators at this realm of cultivation could possess. Right when he was about to escape, the majestic demon suppression tower descended from above. The gentleman of heavenly blubber's body shrank. His head and limbs retracted into the huge ball of flesh, rolling forward like a meat egg. He suddenly sped up, and the demon suppression tower missed. A petite figure dressed in a white moon monk robe stood in the drizzle, blocking the way. Chapter 778. When the demon suppression tower missed, Li Qingshan said, "Oh no. If the gentleman of heavenly blubber really did roll back into the depths of the valley, then it would be troublesome." He could tell from the chi that the power of the formations could not be compared to the messy formations in the city at all. Things like formations had always been about quality, not quantity. The reason why he could stomp through the hundreds and thousands of formations in the city with a single step was not entirely because of his strength, but because the formations interfered with one another. They were in a precarious situation, yet they operated at full speed without any regard for the consequences. As long as he attacked one of them, it would lead to a chain reaction. However, who knew how many times more brilliant the arrangements of the formations on the central peak of Savage Mountain were? Due to the blood oath between the cave masters, they did not have to worry about being attacked. They were set up purely to fend off external enemies. The formations were linked together, and their auras were connected, forming a perfect whole. Moreover, they used the blessed lands of cultivation with extremely dense spiritual chi as their foundation. Once they were activated, even cultivators who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation would struggle to get through them. The purpose of the formations was to fend off the powerful with a geographical advantage. At this moment, Little End descended from above, blocking the gentleman of heavenly blubber's path. Only then did Li Qingshan stop worrying and focus on dealing with mountain insect. Rumble. The gentleman of heavenly blubber was like a rampaging tank of flesh. The gales he kicked up created a deep trench in the ground. His bearing was extremely magnificent. Even if a mountain stood before him, it would be forcefully smashed through. He was full of confidence in this move of his. There were not many people in the world who could match up to his head-on collision, let alone stop him from entering the spell formation. This girl who overestimated herself was definitely not one of them. Little Anne's seaweed-like hair drifted in the wind. Her eyes remained as calm as deep pools the entire time. She took out a small, blood-red banner from her sleeve and waved it gently at the gentleman of heavenly blubber. The surging sea of blood seemed to contain an extremely vast world. It was the blood sea banner with a handle of white bone and a sea of blood. The gentleman of heavenly blubber ran headfirst into it. He vanished. Li Qingshan threw a punch too, but before his punch had even landed, Mountain Insect's body collapsed. He actually survived. Instead, he turned into countless black insects and fled. At this moment, a crimson streak of light soared into the sky. Streaks of light flew out from the ruined city and the caves on both sides of the cliff, fleeing in all directions. They were the remaining demonic cultivators of Savage Mountain's lair of demons. Originally, they had hoped that the cave masters would be able to take down Li Qingshan. Who could have thought that in the blink of an eye, Li Qingshan would be killed? 5 cave masters. 3 people died. Even the strongest gentleman of heavenly blubber had fled, and it seemed like he had failed to escape. It was only at this moment that he suddenly realized. The Hawkwolf Guard was their great enemy, the newly appointed Whitehawk commander. They weren't here to join the lair of demons. They were clearly here to exterminate the lair of demons. Their previous actions were clearly to lure the cave masters down the mountain so that they could kill them. The cave masters could not be blamed for being careless. They could not even escape back to the middle peak in Savage Mountain. Now, all they could do was flee in the face of disaster. Fortunately, there were quite a lot of people left. Those who could set up dwellings on the mountain and survive under Li Qingshan's foot were all masters who had undergone the first heavenly tribulation. They turned into over 100 streaks of light and dispersed. No matter how powerful Li Qingshan was, he could not split himself up at the end of the day. If he could kill 20 or 30 of them, then that would be impressive. The scarlet streak of light that flew up first moved extremely quickly, like a meteor. It arrived at the top of the mountain in the blink of an eye. Clearly, it was very confident in its escape technique, which was why it stood out like this. Right when it was about to flee from Savage Mountain, a huge, white, bone claw suddenly extended out from the top of the mountain, grabbing at the scarlet streak of light and revealing the figure of a demonic cultivator. Before it could even beg for mercy or put its life on the line, the bone claw closed and crushed like a firefly. The light was extinguished, and the mangled corpse was tossed into a mouth filled with sharp teeth, which roared with flames. A string of prayer beads was missing from Little N's hand, the skull prayer beads. A huge, vicious skeleton demon extended out from the top of the mountain. Its teeth chattered as it let out a strange cackle. Laughter rang out from everywhere at the same time, echoing through the entire valley. It was a song of death that made all demonic cultivators shiver in fear. Skeleton demons crawled out from the top of the mountain. There was even one guarding the entrance to the valley, surrounding Savage Mountain tightly. Li Qingshan could vaguely remember that every single one of them possessed strength equivalent to a corpse commander. After Little N underwent the second heavenly tribulation, they seemed to grow in strength as well, becoming even larger and stronger. Under Little N's command, they were like a super army. They worked together with great teamwork, advancing and retreating freely. They sealed off all paths of escape, smacking and crushing the streaks of light like they were catching flies. Not a single streak of light managed to escape safely. At the end of the day, fighting alongside you gives me the most peace of mind. The phoenix cried out. Li Qingshan looked away. The phoenix wings blazed with flames, spanning several dozen meters across. With a flap of the wings, the flames of the phoenix dispersed the cloud of insects. Only a single black insect remained. It turned into a streak of black light and flew forward without any regard. 300 meters, 30 meters, 15 meters. It seemed like it only needed a split second to escape alive. It came to a screeching halt. The thumb and index finger of Li Qingshan's right hand pinched the black insect. He squeezed it gently, and the insect exploded. The fifth cave master of the lair of demons, Mountain Worm, was dead. Right now, Li Qingshan was surrounded by flames. Even his scarlet hair rose up like a ball of blazing flames. He had completely turned into a glorious, blazing phoenix, radiating with an incomparable aura of nobility and purity. He had also incinerated all the remaining toxins in his body. Originally, his body was tough, but it was not immune to toxins. At most, his resistance was a little stronger. The toxins from Helicoverpa rosa in the past had made him suffer quite a lot. Even the spirit turtle could only purify them after some difficulty. The spirit turtle was extremely effective at suppressing auras and soul senses, but it was much weaker when used to suppress toxins. However, after reaching the first layer of the phoenix's scripture of Nerva and undergoing Nerva rebirth, this shortcoming was made up for. Not only could the endless flames heal his wounds, but it could also ward off disasters and eliminate all factors that wanted to kill him. The death represented by toxins was still unable to contend against the life represented by the phoenix. Although he could not claim to be immune to all poisons, a mere poison from way of the poison was still unable to harm him. Otherwise, with how bold and careful he would never take such a risk. Right now, he was still very far away from beyond the 9 heavens. Although he had yet to master any of the transformations of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, he could be regarded as having achieved something in the world of the 9 provinces. The battles and slaughters of the ox demon and tiger demon had strengthened his body more and more. His will became firmer and firmer. The suppression and recovery of the spirit turtle and phoenix made his aura more and more pure, and his mind clearer and clearer. They complemented one another, forming a perfect whole. That was the current Li Qingshan. Qingshan, there's still one more. Little and shook the blood sea banner, and the gentleman of heavenly blubber flew out, hurtling towards Li Qingshan like a mountain of flesh. After undergoing the second heavenly tribulation and condensing the white bone Sarira, all of her arcane treasures had become stronger and operated more freely, but she had not been able to refine them further. As a result, it was very difficult for her to trap a cultivator like the gentleman of heavenly blubber for long. Of course. The Buddha-slaying sword appeared. Killing him was nothing difficult, but she obviously had to leave something like that for Li Qingshan to enjoy. The gentleman of heavenly blubber rampaged about in the sea of blood. He never expected her to actually possess an arcane treasure that could create a space of its own. Just as he was hesitating about how to get out, the sky suddenly lit up again. All he saw was a peerlessly handsome man with scarlet hair and eyes, smiling at him. All right. Li Qingshan smiled. By now, Li Qingshan had already vanished completely. The pair of curved horns on his head were engraved with the name, North Moon. This was a declaration he had intentionally left behind. He swung his fist again. This was his strongest weapon. With a punch, he was unstoppable. Li Qingshan. All right, all right, all right. If you want to kill me, then I'll throw my life at you. I refuse to believe you have a spatial arcane treasure too. The gentleman of heavenly blubber was surprised and doubtful at first before making up his mind. He went from a mountain of flesh to a ball of flesh again, spinning at high speeds and kicking up a tornado as he slammed towards Li Qingshan. Boom! The ball of flesh collided with Li Qingshan. With Li Qingshan as the center, all the soil and rock within a range of 5 kilometers immediately broke free from the ground and flew into the air. Savage mountains shook as a result. The gentleman of heavenly blubber's move was truly vicious. It did not rely on arcane artifacts or arcane treasures, nor was it any profound variations. It was just his fat and the extraordinary spiritual chi and strength in his fat to overwhelm his opponent in a direct confrontation. It was rather domineering, like he could defeat everything with brute force. Unfortunately, Li Qingshan also walked the same path. No matter when, the Ox Demon would always be his foundation. It contained Brother Ox's legacy of power and belief. He's actually blocked it in a direct confrontation. His strength has actually reached such a level. That's impossible. Even the strength of demon kings is nothing more than this. It's just a momentary eruption. I'd like to see how long you can last. The gentleman of heavenly blubber was in disbelief before immediately making up his mind. This move of his was indomitable. There was no way back. Li Qingshan's iron fist sank deeply into the gentleman of heavenly blubber's fat. The gentleman of heavenly blubber circulated his cultivation method furiously, and his fat trembled like waves, absorbing Li Qingshan's terrifying strength like a sponge. I have to crush him. I have to crush him. The gentleman of heavenly blubber roared inside, but Li Qingshan's power was endless. The vast earth was like a loving mother, endowing him with power. No one could defeat her prodigy through strength alone. Die! Li Qingshan bellowed out. At that moment, it was not just the ox demon. There was also the tiger demon, the spirit turtle, and the phoenix. The four powers fused into the punch and sent the gentleman of heavenly blubber flying, slamming him heavily against the wall. However, when he looked at his fist, he frowned instead, as the gentleman of heavenly blubber was actually still alive. His strength had yet to recover completely after all. The period of growth after the phoenix's nerva had yet to be completed. If he had not reached the second layer of the phoenix transformation, he would only seem 14 or 15 years old right now. However, the feeling of fusing the four powers together was very nice. He had already begun looking forward to the strength he would feel when he fully recovered. As for the gentleman of heavenly blubber, all he had to do was give him another punch. Don't kill me. I'm willing to serve you as my master. The gentleman of heavenly blubber called out. The gentleman of heavenly blubber, who was as fat as a mountain of flesh, had clearly become much thinner. His figure was close to that of a super fatty, which made him seem less deformed. If it were not for his special cultivation method and his fat to block the damage, he would have followed in way of the poison's footsteps already, directly reduced to a bloody mist. Chapter 779. The gentleman of heavenly blubber was truly frightened. Ever since he became a fatty, he had never suffered so much. He could not fight back at all. His opponent was clearly the White Hawk commander, but in the series of battles just now, he had clearly been using demon chi even though he had been suppressing and hiding it, and he was not a regular human-demon hybrid. The purity of his demon chi was on par with demon kings. His gaze landed on the pair of curved horns, and his eyes suddenly filled with great surprise. North Moon. One of the 10 demon kings, the Dragon King of the Sea, had pursued a demon for several tens of thousands of kilometers, all the way into the Mist Province before finally killing him. Although the south was very far away, news of something as great as this had spread far and wide among the upper echelon of the cultivation community. The gentleman of heavenly blubber had heard about it too, and the demon that had been pursued seemed to be called North Moon. Fatty, you've heard of that name before? Li Qingshan immediately noticed. No. I don't know what it means, said the gentleman of heavenly blubber. He refused to admit it no matter what. There was clearly a great secret here. If this Li Qingshan saw it, he would definitely be silenced. If you say another word of nonsense, I'll punch you to death, Li Qingshan said. Yes, yes, yes. I think I've heard it somewhere before. The gentleman of heavenly blubber prostrated himself on the ground. Forget it. You said you want to serve me as your master. You can't just say it like that. I'm willing to swear an oath that I'll serve the White Hawk commander, Li Qingshan, as my master from today onwards. I'll be absolutely loyal, and I'll be willing to risk my life for you. If I break my oath, my guts will be torn apart, and I'll die a horrible death. I'll suffer the pain of samsara for all eternity. The gentleman of heavenly blubber raised his hand and said seriously. Do you take me for a child? I'll count to 10. Think of a way for me to accept it, or die. Li Qingshan stomped down on his huge head. Only someone sick in the head would believe a demonic cultivator's oath. There should be a blood oath scroll in Savage Mountain, said Little Anne. The blood oath scroll was an extremely famous artifact of the southern border. Although it didn't have any combat power and could only be used to write oaths, its binding power was extremely strong. Once an oath was broken, the blood oath scroll would cause a backlash, and one's soul would scatter. It was almost a powerful curse, and it was also the foundation upon which the lair of demons was established. It maintained the most basic trust between cave masters. Little Anne had read through the records of the Hawk-Wolf Guard before choosing Savage Mountain as his first target. A large part of the reason why he wanted to obtain the Blood Oath Scroll was because of this Blood Oath Scroll. If nothing went wrong, this item would play a rather important role during his trip to the Mist Province. I can't do that. If the oath on the Blood Oath Scroll is forcefully erased, I will also die from the backlash. The gentleman of heavenly blubber was alarmed. Originally, he planned on fooling around before finding an opportunity to escape. As long as he was alive, there was hope. However, if he swore an oath on the Blood Oath Scroll, then it would truly be troublesome. You swore a blood oath to fight against foreign enemies together. Now that you've betrayed us and defected to the enemy, you didn't die from the backlash, Little Anne said. The gentleman of heavenly blubber was left speechless. He definitely did not truly want to serve Li Qingshan as his master, nor had he committed any actual acts of betrayal. He was only stalling. Of course, that was not breaking the blood oath. This created a paradox. If he truly pledged his loyalty to Li Qingshan, he would be breaking the blood oath, and only death awaited him. If he only pledged his loyalty verbally, then his loyalty would be meaningless, and there would be no guarantee. Since that's the case, I won't let you struggle. I'll give you a quick death. Li Qingshan exerted force with his feet. No, there's another way. I can help you break the formation. The first cave master, Yu Wufeng, is currently in seclusion on the mountain. His strength far surpasses mine. If he doesn't come out, you won't be able to do anything to him. So there's another one on the mountain. He should have heard such a big commotion. Why haven't you come out yet? Are you shivering in your dwelling? Li Qingshan asked. Gentleman of heavenly blubber, are you really bold enough to help them get through the formation? Aren't you afraid of the backlash from the blood oath? An icy cold voice drifted over with the wind. Li Qingshan looked back and saw a thin, white-haired man standing on the top of the mountain with a sword on his back. His sleeves and clothes were in tatters, fluttering in the wind. Yu Wufeng, you're watching us get killed without lending a hand. Aren't you afraid of the backlash from the blood oath? The gentleman of heavenly blubber roared furiously. You want to restrain me, Yu Wufeng, with a mere blood oath? Gentleman of heavenly blubber, you can just die obediently for the sake of my lair of demons. As for you, Li Qingshan, or should I say North Moon, if you're willing to obey my orders obediently, then so be it. Otherwise, I'll announce this identity of yours. If the Dragon King of the Sea learns that his enemy is still alive, he'll definitely be very unhappy. Yu Wufeng said. Commander Li, I'll get through the formation for you right now and help you kill that bastard Yu Wufeng. The gentleman of heavenly blubber let out a furious roar and suddenly stood up. He swung his plump hands at Savage Mountain, and the formations began to operate, shining brightly. However, under the gentleman of heavenly blubber's control, they showed signs of dispersing. At this moment, a bloody handprint suddenly pressed against the gentleman of heavenly blubber's chest. Blood sprayed wildly from his mouth and he was blown away. Every single pore on his body oozed with blood, and he became drenched in blood in the blink of an eye. It happened so quickly that even Li Qingshan failed to react in time. The Blood Oath Scroll had come into effect. However, the gentleman of heavenly blubber actually sat up again with a flip. He wiped away the blood on his face and continued to get through the formation, except he had become much thinner again. He seemed almost like a regular fatty now. You've actually also. Yu Wufeng paled in fright. Yu Wufeng, do you think I can't do what you can? If you want me dead, then let's see who dies first. The gentleman of heavenly blubber smiled viciously with his bloody mouth. Oi, your blood oath doesn't seem to be of much use. Li Qingshan scratched his head. As it turned out, while the Blood Oath Scroll possessed a very powerful binding force, the Blood Oath Scroll in Savage Mountain was ownerless. None of the cave masters could be at ease with letting someone else refine this arcane treasure, so they sealed it in the center of the mountain. If a new cave master joined them, they would need the agreement of at least half of the cave masters, and only then could they work together to open the restriction. The Blood Oath Scroll was not a symbol of fairness and justice in essence. Instead, it was specially refined by ancient demonic cultivators, a tool to control enemies. Although it was placed in the depths of Savage Mountain, which was dense with spiritual qi, it still maintained a powerful binding force. However, with Yu Wufeng's cultivation, he could slowly eliminate the curse of the Blood Oath Scroll as long as he put in a lot of effort. The gentleman of heavenly blubber's cultivation was a little weaker, but he could still weaken the curse to a level where he could endure it. If it had been refined and wielded by someone else, they would never have been given this opportunity. As soon as they showed this inclination, they would be punished immediately. The power that an ownerless arcane treasure could unleash was limited at the end of the day. The light from the formations dimmed very quickly. As the second cave master of the Lair of Demons, the gentleman of heavenly blubber knew these formations like the back of his hand, and he possessed the authority to control them. Getting through the formations was basically as easy as opening the door to his own house with a key. Yu Wufeng, who originally thought he was undefeatable, darkened. He desperately maintained the operation of the formations. The formations flickered with light and dimmed at other times. The two powers were locked in a stalemate. With a flap of his wings, Li Qingshan turned into a streak of fire and rushed into the depths of the valley. The formations seemed to want to stop him, but they shattered the moment they came into contact with the fire on him, collapsing and dispersing. Even though Yu Wufeng could barely hold the door, an unlocked door could be kicked open by Li Qingshan with a single kick. He threw a punch at Yu Wufeng on the top of the mountain. You're called Yu Wufeng, right? That's right. Yu Wufeng said proudly. The sword on his back left its sheath with a clang. At that moment, the surroundings were filled with white light. Sword chi filled it, omnipresent. The fog bow pierces the sun. An arcane treasure. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. He really is the first cave master of the Lair of Demons after all. So he's actually a sword cultivator, and his cultivation is already extremely close to the third heavenly tribulation. His path of the sword is even greater than mine, and he even has an arcane treasure sword like that. If I fight him alone, it really won't be easy to make him stay. He formed a seal with his hand and guided it smoothly. The figure of a dragon soared out, passing through the white light and colliding with the streak of white light. In a split second, the two swords clashed countless times. The dragon figure was forced back, and the streak of white light dimmed slightly too. The iron fist tore through the air, filling Yu Wufeng's eyes. The heavy aura it contained felt like a mountain had smashed down. Yu Wufeng was stern. Just now, he was watching silently from the sidelines. He was already amazed inside, but only when he personally clashed with him did he realize how ridiculously powerful he was. His swordsmanship was impressive, but it was only impressive before him. His fist was the truly terrifying weapon of slaughter. It made people feel like they could not face it head-on. No, I can't continue fighting, or my life really will be in danger today. Boom! Rubble flew and dust filled the air. A hole appeared on the top of the mountain. A streak of white light rushed out of the dust. Yu Wufeng had become one with his sword before fleeing into the distance with lightning speed. He had actually chosen to flee without the slightest hesitation. Commander Li, you mustn't let him escape, or we'll be in endless trouble in the future. The gentleman of heavenly blubber clenched his fists firmly and called out loudly. His face was filled with delight. He quickly glanced at Little N's back from the corner of his eye. He was clearly not as excited as he was on the outside. His main objective was still to use Yu Wufeng as bait to draw away the two of them, and then use the opportunity to flee. Don't run, Little N said without even looking back. His voice was as calm as water. It was neither a threat, nor an order. It did not even seem like he was talking to the gentleman of heavenly blubber. He was simply narrating something. I've already sworn an oath. I'll never go back on it. The gentleman of heavenly blubber's fat jiggled, immediately dismissing the thought of using the opportunity to flee. He had never seen such great beauty in his life, but what it evoked in his heart was not lust, but an indescribable fear. The white streak of light that Yu Wufeng had transformed into had flown less than 5 kilometers away when he was forced to stop. Huge skulls rose up in the surroundings, cackling strangely as if they had been waiting for a very long time. They flew around and assembled into the skeleton demon formation, trapping Yu Wufeng in there. Since when? Yu Wufeng looked back in shock, meeting a pair of calm, unwavering eyes in the valley. Flames blazed furiously as iron fists filled the surroundings. This time, Yu Wufeng was unable to dodge. Chapter 780. Eat my punch first. Li Qingshan continued to show no mercy, throwing a punch. Yu Wufeng threw out a violet talisman with a flip of his hand. Specks of light suddenly appeared in Li Qingshan's eyes. Thousands of streaks of golden light shot out in all directions, like spears thrown by a god. The speck of golden light rapidly expanded in Li Qingshan's eyes. He could only tilt his head in time, and a long, bloody gash appeared on his cheek. Stabbing pain filled every part of his body. The skeleton demon formation had also stopped operating, but Yu Wufeng's expression became even sterner instead. The golden light struck the skulls, but they only left behind faint marks. They were unable to destroy them at all. As for Li Qingshan, he allowed his blood to spurt out. The blood turned into flames in the air before returning and merging with a ball of fire. His wounds healed instantly, without leaving behind a single mark. Even his aura was unaffected. Yu Wufeng originally wanted to stall for time before using the violet talisman to break through the formation, but he never expected Li Qingshan to be so vicious. Boom! A thunderous rumble echoed through Savage Mountain for a very long time. The fog bow sword flew through the air and stabbed into a boulder. First Cave Master Yu, do you think I have the right to be the cave master of this lair of demons? Li Qingshan grabbed Yu Wufeng by the throat and asked with a smile. Sir, your strength is startling. I'm nowhere near as powerful as you. Since I've already fallen into your hands, you can do whatever you want to me. Yu Wufeng closed his eyes. His clothes were tattered and drenched in blood. He was powerless to speak. Clearly, he was quite injured. Although his cultivation was higher than the gentleman of heavenly blubbers, he did not have a body of fat to nullify the damage. He was already fortunate enough that he had not been killed by the punch. He was powerful enough. I won't force you. If you want to die, I'll give you what you want. If you want to live, I'll give you a way out. Li Qingshan was not worried that Yu Wufeng would refuse. If he really were determined to die, he would not be talking to him here. Sir, you mustn't. Yu Wufeng is extremely crafty, and he's close to undergoing the third heavenly tribulation. If you don't kill him, you'll definitely suffer a backlash in the future. The gentleman of heavenly blubber flew over from afar and called out loudly. Before he finished speaking, Little N, who was behind him, said, to retrieve the Blood Oath scroll, we need at least half of the cave masters. Otherwise, we will have to break the formation by force. The gentleman of heavenly blubber immediately became speechless. Killing Yu Wufeng was equivalent to eliminating a great enemy, and the seal of the Blood Oath scroll was not that easy to break through. As long as he was not bound by the blood oath, he still had a chance to escape. He never thought she would see through it again. Half. I've killed 4 of them, so there are still 4 left. The 2 of you add up to exactly half. Let's go, cave masters. We're going to retrieve the blood oath scroll, Li Qingshan called out with a smile. I haven't agreed yet. Yu Wufeng suddenly opened his eyes and said, I can submit to you, but you have to promise me one thing. Otherwise, I'd rather die. Fat Cave Master, fulfill his wish. Li Qingshan cut to the chase. Let's go negotiate with the King of Hell. The gentleman of heavenly blubber was taken aback. Only then did he realize that Fat Cave Master was referring to him. Right now, he only seemed like a slightly plump, middle-aged man with a protruding belly. For a moment, he became rather hesitant. He was absolutely willing to kill Yu Wufeng, but this bastard would definitely blow himself up and take him down with him. Hold on. Yu Wufeng said in a hurry. He never thought Li Qingshan's temper would be so tough. He sighed helplessly. If he possessed that kind of strength, his temper would definitely be very tough too. He glanced at the ruined city below the mountain. My great cause of unifying Savage Mountain has actually come to an end just like this. Master, I've let you down. In the end, when faced with life and death, Yu Wufeng still chose to live wisely. A large part of it was because he did not want to die to the gentleman of heavenly blubber's hands. That would be a great humiliation to him. With the gentleman of heavenly blubber leading the way, the 4 of them followed the secret path and entered the depths of Savage Mountain. The gentleman of heavenly blubber and Yu Wufeng worked together and opened the numerous seals, making their way all the way to the center of the mountain. Their field of vision suddenly widened, and a primitive hall appeared. The density of spiritual qi had reached a limit. However, the pitch-black hall was filled with dazzling light in Li Qingshan's eyes. The spirit turtle sent a warning. The danger hidden within was enough to threaten him. A formation was constantly operating. Here, even the most ordinary formation can unleash 10 times the power, and a formation that can be cast down here definitely possesses extraordinary power. If I have to forcefully get through the formation, even I would find it extremely troublesome. Raising his head and gazing over, there was a stone pedestal that was 3 feet long and square in the center of the hall. There was a pitch-black scroll refined from the hide of some unknown creature. There were many cracks on the edges. At first glance, it did not seem particularly surprising, but the evil nature within it could be clearly sensed even through the obstruction of the formation. I'll be troubling the 2 of you then, said Li Qingshan. The gentleman of heavenly blubber and Yu Wufeng could not help but exchange glances. Even now, they were still the masters of Savage Mountain. They could still control the formations that filled the entire mountain. In particular, the formation before them was called the 8-point formation. It was extremely powerful. If the 2 of them worked together, they still stood a chance. However, their gazes parted as soon as they met. After fighting openly and covertly for so many years, their hatred had already been deeply planted. Neither of them could trust the other. Moreover, the smiling Li Qingshan and the silent little and behind them made them afraid to act recklessly. The 2 of them raised their hands and received the recognition of the 8-point formation very soon. They bellowed out at the same time, and under their control, light began to ripple, surging over like the tide. Inscriptions drifted about, and 8 vicious beasts vaguely appeared. Their roars echoed through the center of the mountain. We're injured. We can't last for too long. If you want to retrieve the book, please come up quickly, said Yu Wufeng. Li Qingshan smiled and took a step forward, entering the 8-point formation calmly and fearlessly. Little N's dark eyes turned into the samadhi flames of white bone, blazing as he stared at the 2 of them. The Buddha-slaying sword was already in his hand. If they dared to make any strange movements, he would kill them immediately. The 8 vicious beasts opened up a path, but they were still filled with reluctance. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, ready to lunge over at any time. Li Qingshan arrived before the stone pedestal and picked up the blood oath scroll before backing away. Yu Wufeng and the gentleman of heavenly blubber sat on the ground, gasping for air, but their eyes were glued to the blood oath scroll. The arcane treasure they had dreamed of for all these years was right within reach right now. Li Qingshan opened the blood oath scroll, and an evil, demonic chi flooded his face. In that moment, a hideous, inhuman, black head actually appeared in his eyes, staring at him with its empty eye sockets as two streaks of bloody tears flowed out. In the blink of an eye, the illusion vanished, only leaving behind a pitch-black background and a line of bloody words. It was the blood oath contract that bound the cave masters of the lair of demons. At the very bottom of the contract, 8 figures could be vaguely seen. 4 of them seemed to have been gouged out of the background, leaving behind the outlines of the silkworm madam and the other 3. The other 2 were extremely blurry, as if they had been rubbed away bit by bit with an eraser. One of them even had a bloody handprint. It went without saying that they were Yu Wufeng and the gentleman of heavenly blubber. Only 2 remained clear. They were the 3rd and 7th cave masters who were away. The blood oath scroll seems to be made from the skin of a demon folk, and it's a demon king at the very least. As Li Qingshan said that, he passed the blood oath scroll to little Anne. If they were going to establish an oath, it would obviously be up to the meticulous her to do it. When Yu Wufeng and the gentleman of heavenly blubber saw this, they were both extremely surprised. An arcane treasure like that has actually been given away so casually. Don't they have any wariness towards one another? Little Anne accepted the blood oath scroll. The samadhi flames of white bones surged, enveloping the blood oath scroll. Although it was ownerless, it was still an arcane treasure after all. It took him quite the effort to refine it. A tiny skeleton appeared at the very top of the blood oath scroll. This was the imprint she had left behind. Li Qingshan said, "How's it? Is this thing easy to use?" Yu Wufeng and the gentleman of heavenly blubber were extremely nervous too. Their lives, freedom, and everything else all depended on the blood oath scroll. The number of cave masters of the lair of demons has always been maintained at around 8 people. Even at the very most, there won't be more than 10. That's basically the limit of the blood oath scroll's restraint. Once they undergo the 3rd heavenly tribulation, the blood oath scroll can still be used, but it won't pose any life-threatening threat anymore. In other words, the blood oath scroll can turn 10-second heavenly tribulation cultivators, demons, and other folk into servants. It can be regarded as a decent arcane treasure. We'll need these people. I see. As long as you have this blood oath scroll, you can immediately establish a powerful sect or organization, and it can guarantee absolute loyalty. Li Qingshan nodded. The blood oath scroll truly was an arcane treasure. If it was used well, it would be even more valuable than a combat arcane treasure. Then he said with some pity, sigh, "If I had known earlier, I would have been a little gentler just now." However, cultivators could not be compared to mortals. Those cave masters were all experts among cultivators. If he did not kill them, as long as he left them alive, there would be countless troubles. They might even flee back to Savage Mountain and control the formations to become his enemy. They're too weak. It's a waste of a spot. Little Anne's calm words made Yu Wufeng and the gentleman of heavenly blubber shiver inside. She had said nothing, but she had considered everything for Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan only needed to point in a direction, and that would be enough. Li Qingshan smiled. Fair enough. The south is so vast. I refuse to believe I can't summon 8 subordinates. Oh right, can you change the blood oath? That way, I'll have 4 subordinates. The 7th cave master is probably trash too, but the 3rd cave master is worth looking forward to. Once the blood oath is written, it can't be changed. If you want to rewrite the blood oath, you can only choose to remove it or erase it. Then erase it. Li Qingshan said casually before glancing at the gentleman of heavenly blubber again. Not a single word of truth came out of this fatty's mouth. All of the gentlemen of Heavenly Blubber's fat jiggled. He said in a hurry, "You're wise, sir. I've never refined the Blood Oath scroll either, so I didn't know there were so many tricks in it." Little End extended her index finger and gently tapped the 3rd and 7th cave master's figures. The vicious heads appeared on the pitch-black background of the Blood Oath scroll again. Smack! 2 bloody handprints slapped on the 2 shadows, dripping with blood, to be continued. Chapter 781. Somewhere in the south, there was a great swamp. There were no towering trees, only churning mud and miasma. A tiny, dark green flower bloomed quietly in the swamp, giving off a strange fragrance that tenaciously seeped out from the heavy stench of blood in the surroundings. Blood splattered across the man's chest. He stood among the remains of corpses and bones, gnawing on a thigh. His mouth was filled with sharp teeth, and his muscles were knotted with a faint gray color, as if he had been carved from stone. He gave off a vicious and brutal aura as he ate. "You pigs, how dare you touch my Xidigarba flower? You're sick of living. Yes, yes, yes. We deserve to die. We didn't know this was Cave Master Stone's Xidigarba flower. Please be magnanimous and spare us pigs." The group of people lay on the ground, trembling all over. In order to find this 1,000-year-old Xidigarba flower, they had paid a great price. They never thought they would run into such a vicious person, killing almost half of their clansmen the moment he struck. They were filled with grief and fury, but all they could do was kneel and beg for mercy. "Humph, spare you. You can all die." Cave Master Stone sneered and raised his hand. Seeing how their lives were in danger, everyone's eyes were filled with fear, but none of them attempted to resist. This power was not something they could contend with. All they could do was close their eyes and wait for death. Smack! The sound was like a clump of wet mud being tossed onto the ground from high up in the sky. The attack they imagined did not arrive. Some people mustered up their courage and raised their heads. The awe-inspiring Cave Master Stone had vanished, replaced by a pile of bright red flesh. It was as if an invisible hand had descended from above, flattening Cave Master Stone in a single strike. Everyone was dumbfounded. They all thought it was a miracle. In the moment Little End killed the 2 cave masters, Yu Wufeng and the Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber both felt a sense of sympathy. Of the 8 cave masters of the Lair of Demons, only the 2 of them remained now. Little End brushed the Blood Oath scroll gently, and the bloody words were wiped away, only leaving behind a pitch-black background. Afterwards, after a moment of thought, he began to set down new rules. The head of the dead Demon King appeared on the Blood Oath scroll. 2 streaks of bloody tears flowed from its empty eye sockets, spreading across the pitch-black background. It was so bright that it was almost blinding as it flowed into bloody words. In the cultivation world, there were actually many ways to control the life and death of others. However, the person being controlled would definitely try to escape this situation at all costs. If they were forced into a corner, they would not hesitate to perish together with the controller. It was very easy for them to suffer a backlash. If Li Qingshan only controlled their lives, he couldn't always monitor them. They might not dare to go against him head-on, but it was very likely that they would betray his secrets, or think of all sorts of methods to deal with him. This kind of control is a waste of mental energy, the gains are not worth the losses. However, things were different with the Blood Oath scroll. As long as the restrictions were clearly stated, anyone who dared to violate the Blood Oath, even if they were thousands of kilometers away, would immediately die from the backlash, nipping the betrayal in the bud. The content of the Blood Oath scroll was obviously very important. The Blood Oath scroll was not very large, and the size of the bloody words was also fixed. It could only contain 100 or 200 words at most. It had to cover all aspects and not leave any loopholes. At the same time, it could not be too strict. For example, if the 2 were required not to have any thoughts of betrayal, it would definitely activate the curse, and the oath would be meaningless. However, it could not be too broad either. If the two were required to do their best once they received an order, it seemed to be a matter of course, but it could also easily lead to meaningless losses. It required extremely meticulous thinking and precise descriptions to grasp the limits. Little N wrote the new blood oath in one breath, and then handed it to Yu Wufeng and Li Qingshan to look over. Swear it. The two looked over. The content of the blood oath scroll was not complicated, and it was not completely filled in. There were many blank spaces, but as they read through it one by one, cold sweat seeped out of their foreheads. If they really made this blood oath, unless she suddenly released them out of kindness, they would really be slaves for the rest of their lives, and the very loyal kind at that. Li Qingshan looked at them with a smile. How could they possibly resist? No matter how reluctant they were, all they could do was swear the new blood oath scroll. There was a flash of blood-red light, and two figures appeared at the bottom of the blood oath scroll. The blood oath was established. Li Qingshan clasped his hands. Congratulations, congratulations. Same to you, same to you. The gentleman of heavenly blubber returned the gesture with a chuckle. He glanced at the pale-faced Yu Wufeng and sneered. First cave master you wanted to unite the lair of demons, but you never expected there to be someone stronger than you. Serves you right for having someone like Commander Li in the world. Yu Wufeng's face darkened. He was not that thick-skinned. Li Qingshan and Little N obtained control over the formations on the mountain from the two of them before letting them go back to heal. They even returned the fogbow sword to Yu Wufeng in an extremely generous manner. Since they were hired thugs, they obviously had to be a little stronger. Though, we still have to prevent him from undergoing the third heavenly tribulation, Li Qingshan reminded. He'll never have an opportunity like that in this lifetime, said Little N. That's good. I can finally enter secluded cultivation in peace for a while. Li Qingshan let out a long sigh of relief. Little N smiled too. This was her favorite. As a result, Li Qingshan refined the 8-point formation and remained in the hall in the mountain dense with spiritual qi, beginning another round of secluded cultivation. Li Qingshan had two objectives this time. The first was to push the demon suppression statuary to an even higher level, and the second was to refine the traitorous demon sword into a true demonic treasure. The entire time, his paths of human cultivation and demon cultivation had actually been separated from each other. In particular, when he transformed into North Moon, his human cultivation would often not be of much help. At most, he could convert demon qi into spiritual qi in times of need and use it as spiritual qi reserves. And, no matter how many arcane artifacts he possessed, they would only be a hindrance. They would not be of much use at all. That was because the level of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine was just too high. Compared to Li Qingshan, North Moon was a giant, while Li Qingshan was a dwarf. The giant only needed to unleash a tiny bit of his strength, and he could assist the dwarf in defeating powerful enemies. Even if the dwarf did everything he could, he would not be able to provide much help to the giant. This long-lasting imbalance had even begun to make his human cultivation become dispensable, as if it was only there to support the facade that was Li Qingshan. However, the issue was that Li Qingshan's facade, as well as his identity as a hawk-wolf guard, became less and less valuable to him, almost to the point of being non-existent. All that remained were emotional ties, basically useless. Only when he completely converted his cultivation to the demon suppression statuary did the situation change. As one of the peak cultivation methods in this world, the demon suppression statuary was nowhere close to the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, but at the very least, he had gone from a dwarf to a regular person. He could finally assist the giant. The demon heart in Li Qingshan's body played quite a role in how he was able to defeat Yu Wufeng so easily when his strength had yet to fully recover. It made him stronger and faster. Once the Phoenix's Nerva concluded and he completely integrated the power in his body, perhaps North Moon would be able to equip a brand new set of demonic armor and merge the two powers together, allowing him to display his strongest form. Correspondingly, the power of arcane treasures could not rival arcane artifacts either. If he had not used the demon dragon sword to defeat the fogbow sword, how could he have won so easily? Every single arcane treasure was unique. They were so powerful that even Li Qingshan had to pay attention to their value. He focused on the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, but when his demon cultivation reached a bottleneck, he would walk the path of human cultivation. The two complemented each other, constantly strengthening himself, which became the best choice. Chapter 782. Savage Mountain, Lair of Demons, First Cave Master's Abode. A streak of white light flashed in the darkness, illuminating Yu Wufeng's face. He opened his eyes and stared at the fogbow sword in his hand. He could sense that his injuries had completely healed, but his brows were still tightly furrowed. How much time has passed? 2 months? 3 months? Perhaps even longer. With his cultivation, he should not have lost track of this amount of time, but the impact of this battle was far too great. The plans he had been preparing for a long time had been completely disrupted. He should have taken a step forward and undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation, then refined the blood oath scroll to unite the lair of demons and become the king of savages. In the end, he had become someone else's slave, and he could not escape this situation with his own strength. His mind was still in a mess. Although the original blood oath could be said to have covered all aspects, there was one thing that could not be written into the oath, which was to prevent the cave masters from raising their cultivation and undergoing the 3rd heavenly tribulation. The first cave master would not have cut off his own path of cultivation. Instead, he had made a secret agreement that whoever underwent the 3rd heavenly tribulation would become the king of savages, and he would be able to unite the lair of demons and establish his own sect. However, Little End would not leave behind such a loophole. Once Yu Wufeng attempted to undergo the 3rd heavenly tribulation, he would immediately trigger the Blood Oath's curse. The Blood Oath scroll was no longer a fair and reasonable treaty of alliance between the 8 cave masters. Instead, it was a bona fide slave contract, returning to its original purpose of being created. Even without this restriction, he would not dare to undergo the tribulation so easily. The 3rd heavenly tribulation was incredibly dangerous. Even the slightest mental fluctuation could be fatal. Yu Wufeng let out a long sigh and walked out of the abode. He gazed at the south and said quietly, "Master, do you know my current situation?" Of course, contacting others without permission was also a violation of the blood oath. And even if he had permission, he could not divulge the secret between Li Qingshan and Little An. The oath was like invisible shackles, binding him firmly. He could not take a single wrong step. I can only wait for the news of Savage Mountain's fall to spread to the South Sea. There's still a chance. Yu Wufeng glanced in the direction of the hall in the belly of the mountain. Li Qingshan, you don't know what you've provoked. That's an existence you definitely cannot defeat. Li Qingshan did not know that someone was talking about him. He was completely focused on the traitorous demon sword on his knees. The straight and narrow sword edge was flowing with a dim light. The hilt of the sword seemed to be a mass of flesh and blood. It wriggled and wrapped around a huge eyeball, which looked a little disgusting. Under Li Qingshan's control, the eyeball turned. She met his gaze. In that instant, he saw the traitorous demon sword with his eyes, and then he saw himself through his eyes. The two images overlapped. He used the technique of the Sword Collection Palace to refine the traitorous demon sword once more, as well as refine his heart of the sword. He was not a swordsman. What had condensed in his body was a demonic heart, not the sword embryo or sword seed of a swordsman. Even the sword nascent soul that had undergone 3 heavenly tribulations was a completely different path of cultivation. However, it did not affect his comprehension of the sword Tao and the tempering of his sword heart. Although he was multitasking, actually, refining the traitorous demon sword, tempering his heart of the sword, and practicing the demon suppression statuary were all one. With a flash of demonic light, he assumed his demon commander form again. After 3 months of cultivation, his outer appearance had changed slightly again. His originally smooth lines had become a little more angular. Unlike regular cultivation methods, the demon suppression statuary was an extremely inclusive cultivation method. Whether it was humans, demon folk, or demons, they could all practice it and convert their cultivation into demon chi. Their demonified form constantly changed too. In the beginning, he stood 3 meters tall and wore heavy armor. He had comprehended the will of the demon suppression statue in one fell swoop. It was just an empty shell. Afterwards, his slender and smooth form was influenced by the arts of the boundless ocean and the ocean pearl. Now, the effects of the heart of the sword began to manifest. Regular cultivation methods focused on single-mindedness, but the demon suppression statuary was different. It did not care about the cultivator's past, nor did it demand the cultivator's future. It seemed to be all-encompassing. If he wanted to unleash its true power, he would instead have to draw parallels. A demonic light flowed out of the demon eye, enveloping the hilt and blade. It became brighter and denser. Only after quite a while did the light gradually dim, and the pupils of the demon eye vanished. Another demon heart had been depleted. Li Qingshan recovered his normal form too. He let out a long sigh of relief and stood up to move about. Little An had turned into a shiny, white skeleton, also sitting down with her legs crossed. Her bone hands formed a Buddhist seal as she sat in the roaring flames. She seemed dignified. Li Qingshan had handed all the corpses he had accumulated over the years to her. There were many existences that had undergone the second heavenly tribulation among them. In particular, the demon folk corpses he had collected from the battle in the demon suppression tower amounted to mountains and seas. She had turned them all into the samadhi flames of white bone. Probably because she had undergone the second heavenly tribulation, the flames seemed even purer, without the slightest hint of evil. Even if other cultivators saw it, they would only think it was divine fire or sacred fire. They would never imagine that the flames fed on flesh, blood, and souls. Little An continued to practice the path of white bone and great beauty, tempering her white bones and stabilizing her current cultivation. This process had already lasted for several months. The white bones became more and more solid and glossy. A white bone sarira seemed to be condensed from flames. As a cultivation method that Brother Ox had personally taught her, even if the path of white bone and great beauty paled in comparison to the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, it still completely surpassed any cultivation method in this world. Many years ago, she basically possessed the strength to sweep through all those who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation. Now that she had undergone the second heavenly tribulation and condensed a white bone sarira, just what kind of strength would she possess? Li Qingshan was very eager as well. After watching for a while, he sat down again and continued cultivating. Time passed quickly. Li Qingshan tossed the demon hearts Duoj had given him into the traitorous demon sword one by one. The traitorous demon sword had the ability to strengthen itself by devouring demon hearts. As Li Qingshan refined it, its form changed bit by bit, shrinking from its original length of nearly 3 meters to 7 feet. The long and narrow blade became much thicker, while the flesh and blood around the hilt seemed to be solidifying. His demonified form changed as well, becoming more and more angular. Even the oval mask on his face had a bulge in the middle, like the spine of a sword. After fusing another demon heart into the sword, Li Qingshan opened his eyes. Little An was standing guard nearby, waiting for him to wake up. Li Qingshan was slightly taken aback. The white bones were covered with flesh and blood, turning into great beauty. The problem was that her body was completely bare. Only her seaweed-like long hair hung down, barely concealing her. Seeing that Li Qingshan had woken up, Little An smiled and threw herself into his arms. "You finished cultivating?" Li Qingshan also smiled and hugged her gently. He could feel the incomparably vast life force contained within that delicate body, but at the same time, it contained the eternal silence of death. The two merged into one in a wondrous way, turning into this soft, fragrant, and delicate jade. The legend of white bones of great beauty was to let people understand that lust was but an illusion. No matter how beautiful a great beauty was, it would eventually turn into a pile of white bones. Li Qingshan admitted that he did not have such great wisdom. He had always been a person with strong desires. Yet when faced with this devastatingly beautiful appearance that could turn all living things upside down, other than the slight pause just now, his heart was as calm as still water. He did not feel embarrassed at all, as if it was only natural. Of course, this was not because he had comprehended some profound Buddhist truth from the transformation of white bones and great beauty. In the past, when he had first transformed into a demon and could not accept his savage appearance, she had wholeheartedly given him her approval. Later on, when he underwent the tribulation and took human form, she did not like him more because he had become handsome, because she had long since reached the peak. It didn't matter whether he gained or lost a portion of his luster, it didn't matter at all. Great beauty and white bones, in his heart, were equally beautiful. There was no difference between them. Yes, next, I have to start refining the sword. As Little N spoke, she took out the Buddha-slaying sword. In reality, it was still just a sword embryo. What a good sword. Li Qingshan accepted the Buddha-slaying sword. As his comprehension of the path of the sword deepened, his ability to appreciate swords grew stronger too. He sighed in amazement. If I can truly forge this sword, then the 10 renowned swords and whatnot will all be scrap compared to it. I wonder when the 3 Absolutes calligraphy will be completely restored. Little N changed her position. Back then, she was still young and used to sitting in his arms like a child. Now that she had grown a lot, it was a little awkward. Yeah. If we can comprehend the way of the sword within, our strength will definitely rise to a whole new level. We can go to the Ink Sea and seek revenge against that old dragon even sooner. Speaking of which, Li Qingshan did not lack arcane treasures. The Azura Field counted as one, the Demon Dragon Sword counted as another, and the Blood Oath Scroll and Yu Wufeng's Fogbow Sword obviously belonged to him too. In the future, there was also a demonic treasure from the Unraging Monk, a renowned sword from the Sword Collection Palace. He was determined to pull out a renowned sword and make the Sword Collection Palace feel the pinch, as well as the traitorous demon sword that he was about to refine. All in all, he had as many as 7 treasures. In the cultivation world of the 9 states, this could be said to be heaven-defying. It was rare for a cultivator of the second heavenly tribulation realm to have a treasure. Even among those great cultivators of the third heavenly tribulation realm, it was rare. However, the one he looked forward to the most was still the 3 Absolutes calligraphy, and it was not just because of the way of the sword it contained. As a work left behind by the 5 Absolutes immortal, its power probably surpassed regular arcane treasures. He had specially left a piece of jade for Chu Danqing. Once he succeeded, he would crush it and notify him. Definitely. Little N gripped the Buddha-slaying sword firmly, and a rare coldness appeared in her eyes. She could still remember how she felt like the world was about to end back then. Then she said to Li Qingshan, "But you're not allowed to take any risks." "I still have to take some risks, or won't I have to wait until I'm about to ascend before I can go find him?" Li Qingshan pinched her nose with a smile. The Dragon King of the Sea was basically a peak expert of this world. Any higher and he would be ascending to another world. "I'll go with you." Little N bit his hand. "All right," Li Qingshan looked at the bite marks on his hand and said helplessly. Chapter 783. South Sea County City, Serene Sea Marquee Manor. The moonlight shone through the dense foliage, casting a silver beam of light on the treetop courtyard with difficulty. Dressed in luxurious clothes, the Marquis of Serene Sea paced back and forth under the moonlight with his hands behind his back. His brows were sometimes furrowed and sometimes relaxed. His expression was relaxed one moment and grave the next. He kept repeating a name, Li Qingshan. Ever since Li Qingshan came, he had been feeling uneasy. At first, she was filled with anger and hatred, wanting to find an opportunity to make him suffer. But now, she was filled with fear and uneasiness, wishing that she could never see him again. This child has a vicious nature and will definitely take revenge for the smallest grievance. He cannot be provoked casually. However, what kind of place was Savage Mountain? It was one of the few dangerous places in the south. According to the news from his subordinates, the entire city had been flattened. Aside from the 8 cave masters, all the other demonic cultivators had been killed. Not a single one had managed to escape. However, the main peak of Savage Mountain was enveloped by formations, preventing any information from being sent back. As a result, he had no idea what the outcome of the battle was. Did Li Qingshan die on Savage Mountain, or? No, that was impossible. None of the 8 cave masters of Savage Mountain were weak. The first cave master, Yu Wufeng, was a sword cultivator at the peak of the second heavenly tribulation. He had been a genius disciple of the South Sea Sword Pavilion in the past, slaying countless powerful enemies with his fogbow sword. His reputation was resounding, even greater than his, the Marquis of Serene Sea. Even third heavenly tribulation cultivators might not necessarily be able to kill him. Yes, that's impossible. Since Li Qingshan hasn't returned, does that mean he's already dead? This deduction lifted the Marquis of Serene Sea's spirits. Marquis, long time no see. In the tranquil courtyard, a faint voice rang out. That voice was erratic, sometimes sounding like it came from a deep and distant place, sometimes like it was whispering in one's ear. It was hard to tell if it was a man or a woman, young or old. The Marquis of Serene Sea's heart trembled. Spiritual light surged, and he took out the seal of mountains and rivers with a flip of his hand. He was inwardly shocked. The Marquis's manner is enveloped by a spirit formation. How did someone sneak in without a sound? And they're so close, yet I didn't notice them. Looking back, he saw the moonlight like water. The darkness was like a tide. No one could be seen, and no aura could be sensed. Third cave master, the Marquis of Serene Sea asked hesitantly. He continued to stare at the darkness before him, his guard not at all relaxed. You recognized it. A shadow emerged from the darkness. It was a tall and slender masked man. His ears were sharp and long, and his exposed skin was dark blue in color. In this southern region, other than the third cave master, who else would be able to infiltrate my mansion without a sound? The Marquis of Serene Sea smiled, and his expression relaxed. His aura was still condensed, ready to be unleashed. Among the 8 cave masters of the Lair of Fiends, the strongest was naturally the first cave master, Yu Wufeng, but the most dangerous was the third cave master. No one knew his name. He only had a nickname, which was Ghost Shadow. He originated as a night roamer. For some reason, he betrayed his clan and joined Savage Mountain. Adept at concealment and assassination, they were the most terrifying assassins in southern border. Marquis, I just want to know one thing. Was the White Hawk commander, Li Qingshan, the one who took action in the Battle of Savage Mountain? Ghost Shadow asked slowly. A few months ago, he had been hiding in the jungle, preparing to carry out an assassination. Suddenly, he felt like he was in great danger. The danger was so great that only the battle when he fled from Deep Shadow City back then could rival it. The blood-red hand slammed down, activating the blood oath. Although he had always been doing what Yu Wufeng and the Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber were doing his best to dilute his connection with the Blood Oath Scroll, his cultivation paled in comparison to the two of them. Faced with great danger, he had only managed to escape with his innate ability as a night roamer. He had not been slapped to death. After a period of recuperation, most of his wounds had recovered. As an assassin, he had almost been finished off like this, which was basically a great humiliation. He could endure the humiliation, but what he wanted to understand was just what had happened. Who had refined the Blood Oath Scroll and wanted to kill him? He had yet to recover completely, so he was afraid to go to Savage Mountain. No matter who it was that had refined the Blood Oath Scroll, they definitely could not be underestimated. As a result, he came to the Marquis of Serene Sea's estate to investigate. It's hard for me to say. It's not like he's going to tell me what he's going to do. It's been a long time since I last saw him either. However, someone personally saw him, and that woman called Little and head in the direction of Savage Mountain. The Marquis of Serene Sea tried to think of what to say. Li Qingshan, Little and Ghost Shadow repeated the two names, as if he wanted to carve them firmly into his heart. Don't tell anyone that I'm still alive, or I'll come looking for you again. As Ghost Shadow said that, the darkness surged over like the tide, gradually swallowing him up and turning him into a blurry shadow. The Marquis of Serene Sea frowned. With his identity and cultivation, not just anyone could threaten him. However, the person before him did indeed have the right. Moreover, it was quite nice to add a fatal opponent to Li Qingshan, even though it was very likely that he was already dead. Ghost Shadow vanished into the boundless night. The next morning, someone discovered that all the White Wolf guards in the Hawk Wolf Guard had died peacefully, as if they were still sleeping, unaware that they had already been killed. Time passed by in the mountains in a hurry. Finally, only a single demon heart remained in Li Qingshan's hand. The traitorous demon sword had changed drastically. It was only around a meter long now, and the narrow edge had become extremely thick. It had gone from a strange sword to a huge sword, shrouded in a layer of black demonic light. Its sharpness was withdrawn, making it seem even more condensed. The flesh and blood on the hilt had already completely solidified. The demon eye in the center swiveled, already possessing quite the intelligence. However, it was still a step away from a true demonic treasure. I've fed several dozen high-level demon hearts from demon commanders. The energy I need is already enough. All I'm missing is a final gamble. Li Qingshan formed a seal with his hand and pointed at the traitorous demon sword. The traitorous demon sword leapt up from his knee, turning the blade around and stabbing towards his chest. One with the sword. The blade stabbed into Li Qingshan's chest inch by inch. Only the hilt remained, but it did not pierce through his body. My unity of man and sword is really ugly, Li Qingshan said in a self-deprecating manner. He gripped the hilt and pressed down hard. The hilt also stabbed into his chest, leaving behind a huge wound that flickered with a dark light. The wound closed up very quickly, but the demonic light seeped out from Li Qingshan's body, dyeing him black. Li Qingshan focused and powered the traitorous demon sword, taking that crucial step. Quite a while later, the darkness receded, and his skin returned to normal. He smiled. It's done. But before he finished speaking, there was a clang, and a blade pierced through his shoulder. In the blink of an eye, several dozen blades had pierced through his body, making him look like a porcupine. In the past, when Li Qingshan had taken this sword from the demon general in the demon suppression tower, the demon general had ended up like this. His strength had greatly increased, but the price he had paid was being devoured by the sword, turning from the sword's master into a sacrifice for the sword. The blades trembled and gave off a strange hum. Eyes actually opened on them, staring straight at Li Qingshan, revealing a cruel and greedy light. The traitorous demon sword that had always been as docile as a puppy in Li Qingshan's hand had devoured several dozen demon hearts and become a demonic treasure. It had finally turned into a monster, wanting to devour even Li Qingshan's demon heart. It's just a demonic treasure. You're overestimating yourself if you want to devour me. Whatever, this is your ability, so I'll let you devour me. Collect. A demonic light flashed through Li Qingshan's eyes, and the blades were withdrawn into his body. In the boundless darkness, the eyes stared at Li Qingshan's demon heart. Waves of dark energy enveloped over, wanting to corrode and devour it. Not only did Li Qingshan not stop it, he even opened up and allowed the traitorous demon sword to devour the demon heart. The power contained in his demon heart naturally could not compare to the several dozen demon hearts, so it was quickly devoured. Demon suppression. Li Qingshan bellowed, and the demon suppression statuary began to circulate at full power. The devoured demon heart shone brightly, infusing the power of the traitorous demon sword. Let alone these several dozen demon hearts, even if the owners of these several dozen demon hearts were all revived, he could still suppress and kill them all. Furthermore, these demon hearts had been fused into the traitorous demon's sword through his hands, so they carried the imprint of his power. It's just a sword at the end of the day. It might have gained some intelligence, but it's nowhere near intelligent. It only knows how to act based on what it can do. In the past, I made a promise with you that if I wasn't strong enough and you devoured me, I would have no complaints, which was why I named you traitorous. Now that you've failed, there's only one fate awaiting you. A sword thrum rang out from Li Qingshan's body, filled with fear and pleading. However, it subsided very quickly, finally dying away. The intelligence it had just nurtured was directly suppressed and obliterated. It was like an army of 100,000 had rebelled. A single imperial edict had been issued, and the army immediately changed sides, killing the leader of the rebel army and presenting his head before the steps. The heavy demon chi condensed once again, turning into a set of armor and displaying a brand new form of the demon commander. Li Qingshan summoned a spirit turtle's profound shell and used it as a mirror to examine himself. All he saw was that the black armor enveloped his entire body. The lines were sharp and neat, making him seem even more robust. His limbs were long and slender, and his entire body was on full display. Only half of the curved visor remained. A crystal that resembled an eye condensed at the center of his forehead. And, it was not just his forehead. There were many crystals on his shoulders, chest, knees, and even his back as well. They shone with different colors, as if they were several dozen demon hearts. At the same time, there were several dozen demon eyes that could peer into his surroundings and see through all openings. It doesn't look bad, but it doesn't seem to be what I imagined. Is this a sword seed? Li Qingshan said in thought. He wanted to fuse with the sword and catalyze the traitorous demon sword into a demonic treasure, and he had indeed succeeded. However, he never expected the traitorous demon sword to suddenly rebel, which he suppressed mercilessly. After losing its intelligence, it merged with him. A tiny sword hovered in his demon heart. Although it was unexpected, he was extremely satisfied with the result. The power of the traitorous demon sword had completely merged with his body. Seeking help from an external object was nowhere near as powerful as himself. If it were possible, he would like to merge the demon dragon sword into his body as well. However, the demon dragon sword did not have the ability to devour its owner, nor would it merge with its owner, which was quite a pity. Chapter 784. Then Li Qingshan looked in Little An's direction. The samadhi flames of white bone burned silently, lifting up Little An like a lotus of fire. Under the illumination of the flames, her skin would fade in and out of existence. Sometimes, she would be a white skeleton, and sometimes, she would be a great beauty. The Buddha-slaying sword hovered in the flames, taking on a blurry, rudimentary form. It was no longer a sword embryo. Li Qingshan saw how she still needed some more time to forge the sword, so he did not disturb her. He dove into the azure field. In this blood-red world, only the sky held up by the banyan tree king possessed a normal color. Li Qingshan stood on the top of the tree and gazed down. The night roamers prospered and thrived under the tree. It was a very peaceful sight, but the color of blood was currently invading in strand by strand. This peace and tranquility probably could not continue forever. Keeping the night roamers in the azure field isn't a solution either. Li Qingshan thought as he searched for Yiliobua and Yiliosu. He discovered that they were in secluded cultivation as well, working hard to break through to the second heavenly tribulation. The two of them sat before each other. Between them was Yimingzhu's spinning night demon core. It had already become much smaller, radiating with power that merged with their bodies. He had no idea how Yiliobua had convinced her, but Li Qingshan felt rather relieved inside. How's the progress in the south? A gust of wind blew over, and the banyan tree king rustled. The aged voice reached Li Qingshan's ears. Not bad. I've already taken down Savage Mountain and obtained the Blood Oath Scroll. I've also accepted 2 cave masters as subordinates along the way. Li Qingshan turned around and smiled. Your strength has become more and more refined. As a demon king that had taken root in the Mist Province for 10,000 years, no one understood the Mist Province better than the Banyan Tree King. He knew what kind of place Savage Mountain was. Taking down that place and obtaining the Blood Oath Scroll was anything but easy. We can't just waste our time. Fellow Taoist, are you interested in staying somewhere else? Li Qingshan asked. As the Azura field strengthened, the Banyan Tree King's existence had already started to affect the Azura field's operations. Moreover, the purpose of the Azura field was to train and battle, to summon Azuras to do battle, and not to be a mobile abode. Sure. It just so happens that I'm a little tired too. Savage Mountain is a good place, a famous paradise in the southern border. The Banyan Tree King smiled. Although he had Li Qingshan's spiritual qi replenishment, he had been fighting against the power of the Azura path. It was also very exhausting. It's good that you're willing. This was indeed not a place to stay for long. However, I'm not in a hurry, so please hold on until I'm fully prepared. So that you can return to the Mist Province. With that, Li Qingshan leapt up and arrived in the desert. He called out, Great King Millipede, stop sleeping. His voice echoed through the desert. A while later, the sand dune in front of Li Qingshan began to tremble. The sand flowed and surged. With a thump, a huge, pink worm pierced through the sand dune, wrapping around him intimately. Aren't you cultivating a little too slowly? Here, I'll give you something good to eat. Li Qingshan tossed way of the poisonous pill to Millipede. Millipede turned into human form and swallowed the poisonous pill in a single gulp. He burped and rubbed his bald head, grinning widely. Stop grinning like an idiot. Refine this poisonous pill properly and become a demon commander. Don't say I'm not a good friend. Li Qingshan smiled. Millipede nodded foolishly. At this moment, the lake in the distance suddenly surged. With a splash, thousands of splashes flew into the air. A huge, red carp leapt out and shot through the air, lunging towards Li Qingshan. You bastard, you've come to take advantage of me again. Li Qingshan extended his hand and grabbed a young man in red. He was the carp demon he had named Li Hong. Great King, I want it too. Li Qingshan casually fished out a pill and shoved it into his mouth before tossing it out forcefully. With a plop, it fell into the lake in the distance. Li Qingshan returned to the great banyan tree and asked the Banyan Tree King for guidance on the cultivation of the demon suppression statuary. The Banyan Tree King was rather amazed by the wonders of this cultivation method, but he admired Li Qingshan's breadth of mind even more. This cultivation method could be described as one of the greatest cultivation methods in this world. Its value was immeasurable. In the hands of regular cultivators, all of them would view it as more important than their own lives, so why would they tell others so easily? However, he did not care at all. Sensing this trust, the Banyan Tree King also did his best to play the role of a teacher. Although he had never practiced this cultivation method, even the unraging monk paled in comparison to his 10 millennia of experience and knowledge, which allowed Li Qingshan to benefit tremendously. It was not that he did not know how to keep things to himself. For example, he would never tell anyone about the cultivation method of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, but a mere demon suppression statuary was not worth so much attention. This cultivation method would be replaced sooner or later anyway. Chatting with the Banyan Tree King was a great joy, and it was not just for cultivation. The Banyan Tree King's knowledge was vast and his experience was as vast as the sea. He knew the history of the past like the back of his hand. He had great foresight regarding the general situation of the world. It broadened Li Qingshan's horizons, allowing him to benefit tremendously. Just like that, time passed day by day. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky one day, producing a great rumble. Someone's undergoing a tribulation. Yi Liuxing. Li Qingshan stood up and gazed over. All he saw was an island in the center of a lake. The lightning illuminated the surroundings, but it was unable to illuminate Yi Liuxing's gloomy figure. She peered through the light, staring at the horizon coldly. I never thought she'd be the first to undergo the tribulation. Li Qingshan shook his head. Upon closer thought, it made sense. He could vaguely remember that Yi Liuxing's cultivation was higher than Yi Liusu's in the past. Since she could become the matriarch's daughter, her talent obviously went without saying. Moreover, her willpower was cold and determined. When Yi Liusu was distracted by the matters of the clan, she had never slacked off on her cultivation. Instead, she became even more focused due to the end of the civil war. With the development of the night roamers, she obtained quite a lot of resources. Afterwards, she received an origin spirit pill as a reward. After such a long period of accumulation, it was finally time for her to break through. Bolts of lightning struck down, and the entire Azura field shook. The sounds of her clashing with the lightning froze in everyone's vision. Although the second heavenly tribulation was much more dangerous than the first, it did not pose a life-threatening threat to her. The last bolt of lightning struck down, and Yi Liuxing descended from the sky. Her clothes were tattered, and her body was covered in scorch marks. Although she seemed in a horrible shape, her vitality had undergone a qualitative change. Her thin lips curled up, and a smile that came from the bottom of her heart appeared on her cold face. It was like a glacier had cracked. Of course, what flowed out was still the icy river water. Congratulations. Yi Liuxing raised her head and saw Li Qingshan. She smiled at her and said politely, Yi Liuxing greets master. The glacier froze up again. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and flames surged over with a whistle. He's going to kill me while I'm weak. Yi Liuxing's heart tightened, but she did not dodge. She allowed the flames to land on her. She felt warm, and her wounds rapidly healed. Only then did she relax. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Li Qingshan rubbed his chin as he considered whether he should make her the third in the blood oath scroll. If master wants to kill me, why go through all this trouble? Yi Liuxing said. It's for the best that you understand that. You can treat it as congratulations on your success in undergoing the tribulation. If you have any requests, I can grant them to you, said Li Qingshan. Then please allow me to marry Yi Liusu, master. Yi Liuxing's eyes flickered, filled with stubbornness. You won't. Li Qingshan turned her down flatly. You damned lesbian. How dare you set your sights on my woman? Yes. Yi Liuxing said nothing more. Her face was so cold that it seemed like it had frozen over. It was impossible to guess what she was thinking. Li Qingshan wondered, is she purposefully exposing her weakness to me? Yi Liusu viewed the revitalization of the night roamers as her duty. Just for the sake of her race, she would never betray him, let alone their relationship. Although they had not actually done anything yet, their relationship had basically been confirmed. The power of the night roamers was extremely special. They could produce wondrous effects in certain places. Afterwards, he would definitely attack everywhere and gather 10 people for the Blood Oath Scroll so that he could form a tremendous force. Through deterrence and trade, he could get the fire-devouring folk to lend him the divine Wudong tree for cultivation. Otherwise, why would a mere White Hawk commander like him make the fire-devouring king lend his clan's treasure to him? And, through the Banyan Tree King's warning, he discovered another hidden danger, which was the Lord of the Mist Province, the King of Southern Yu, and the Lord of the Green Province, Chu Lai King. Before the founding of the Great Xia Empire, these two clans had founded the Kingdom of Yu and the Kingdom of Chu respectively. The so-called Lord of the Province was the ruler of the country in the past. They attacked one another, and the grievances between the two countries stretched over who knew how many generations. Even their ancestral teachings were to destroy the other. They could be described as absolutely irreconcilable. Afterwards, the founding emperor enfeoffed the 8 vassal kings of the provinces and delineated the border between the Mist province and the Green province, which prevented the 2 clans from attacking one another. However, the grievances did not end there. Instead, it was buried until now. The Great Xia Empire's rule gradually weakened, and the smell of conflict between the 2 provinces grew heavier. In the past, perhaps Li Qingshan would have thought this had nothing to do with him. It was not like he was a member of the 2 clans, but only after talking with the Banyan Tree King did he realize this. Clans were different from sections. After several thousand years of peaceful development, the number of descendants in clans had swelled to a startling number. They joined the various large sects, and their organizations were intertwined. The children of great clans had an innate advantage, not just in terms of bloodline. They grew up drinking spirit spring water and eating medicinal pills. How could mortals who only ate grains and miscellaneous grains compare to them? The education they received from a young age was also like heaven and earth. After joining a sect, they would receive the support of resources from both sides, making it very easy for them to distinguish themselves and become a core figure in the sect. The 2 queens of Chu Lai King were elders of the Sword Collection Palace and the Umbral sect respectively, and this was not a coincidence. It was not even a political marriage like Li Qingshan had imagined in the beginning, where he would sacrifice himself. On the contrary, the 3 of them had known each other since they were young. Although they were separated by several generations by blood, they were truly members of the same clan. They were geniuses chosen from the thousands of descendants of the clan. They received guidance together and formed a friendship. The young man remained in the clan to continue cultivating due to his supreme talent, while the 2 girls joined the Sword Collection Palace and the Umbral sect due to their different talents and personalities. Chapter 785. In the past, I was wrong in my thinking. This is the only logical thing to do. The world of cultivation attaches great importance to a cultivator's independent will. How could 2 powerful and talented female cultivators go against their own will and marry a man, let alone serve the same man? If they were regular female cultivators, it might be possible, but they both have a chance at overcoming the 3rd heavenly tribulation. At the end of the day, Little N's father's harem is really good. It's worth learning from. Though, it still fizzled out in the end. Even his own daughter died mysteriously. Li Qingshan could not help but think, in the past, the 3 of them were childhood sweethearts. No, they were childhood sweethearts, so why did they turn against each other in the end? Probably the Sword Collection Palace and the Umbral sect were involved. When the clan influenced the sect, it was unavoidable for the clan to be influenced as well, even forming different factions within the clan. It sure was difficult for Little N's father to run a harem. 2 women were easy to deal with, but how was he supposed to deal with 2 sects? Coupled with the conflict between forces within the clan, even a god would be helpless. In the end, it ended up harming Little N. In short, the Umbral sect, the Sword Collection Palace, and the King of Chu's clan were inseparable. They were in each other, completely entangled together. Back then, when he heard the great Banyan Tree King mention it, Li Qingshan even rejoiced that he did not belong to that category. He was a proper monk. Although he was a secular disciple, even if he did not have 6 pure senses, he still had 3 at the very least. However, the Banyan Tree King told him that among the 3 great sects of the Green Province, the one with the closest ties to the royal clan was not the Sword Collection Palace or the Umbral sect, but the Buddhist Holy Land, the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. These monks obviously came with a home. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga was located in the center of the Green Province. It was extremely close to South Hub City, so this was no surprise. Before the Great Xia Empire was founded, Buddhism was the state religion of the Kingdom of Chu, while the Chan Monastery of Devanaga was the imperial temple of the Kingdom of Chu. There were even kings who entered the Chan Monastery of Devanaga to shave their hair and become monks after abdicating. In the campaigns of the Kingdom of Yu that spanned several millennia, they played a decisive role. The Chan monastery of Devanaga had been the protector of the kingdom of Chu during the few major crises they faced. As a matter of fact, even the current sect master of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, the dauntless monk. They all had the bloodline of the royal family. As a result, the Chan monastery of Devanaga seemed to be neutral, cutting off the balance between the Umbraline sect and the Sword Collection Palace, but when it truly mattered, they would definitely be the central force. The unraging monk went mad, killing countless people. In the end, he was able to safely return to the mountain to cultivate. It was probably not only the sect behind him that protected him, but also the royal family. It was possible to imagine that once the two vassal kings resumed their battle, it would definitely develop into a full-scale war between the Green Province and the Mist Province. As for the two genius disciples of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, Li Qingshan and Little An, it was impossible for them to remain uninvolved. Instead, he must be a key figure. The more famous they were, the more likely they would be eliminated by the prefecture overseer's manor as a potential threat. If they were in a state of war, the king of Southern Yu might even directly charge over and slaughter the two geniuses. However, the Banyan Tree King told him that there was no need for him to worry too much. At the very least, war would not erupt within the next decade. His identity as a White Hawk commander would come in handy too. The decline of the Great Xia dynasty was not something that happened overnight, even though the sun had already set. Even when the sun had already set, the afterglow could still shine for a very long time. Right now, the two provinces were making preparations as well. If the king of Southern Yu personally took action to kill them, they would not be able to do so. If the king of Southern Yu personally took action to kill them, the Chan monastery of Devanaga would definitely launch a large-scale retaliation. War would immediately erupt, but while they would not do it openly, it was hard to say what they would do in secret. This was all thanks to Li Qingshan moving fast enough. He killed the White Hawk commander as soon as he struck before killing his way into Savage Mountain a few days later. His whereabouts became a mystery, and his fate was unknown. Even if others wanted to take him down, they would have to consider the situation first. Although the Banyan Tree King did not give him any direct suggestions, Li Qingshan understood a little. He needed to continue moving quickly and establish the framework of Savage Mountain before the hidden enemies could respond. He needed to use the power of the Blood Oath Scroll to gather 10 experts and form a great organization. That way, no one would dare to underestimate him. Even if they wanted to take action, they would have to consider the consequences. The king of Southern Yu might even adopt a more conciliatory approach to recruit him. Only then did Li Qingshan understand why Little An had chosen Savage Mountain after reading through all the books. Even if it was not a flawless plan, it was still a meticulous plan and a precaution. At this moment, a ghostly shadow roamed around the surroundings of Savage Mountain. This was the strongest assassin of the South. After a lengthy period of rest, he had finally recovered from all his wounds. After experiencing a life-threatening crisis, his strength had increased slightly again. This was already the 7th time he had visited Savage Mountain. Every time, he would choose the night that was most suitable for him to unleash his strength. Moreover, the stars and moon were both shrouded by dark clouds, unable to shine through at all. As a ghostly shadow, he completely merged into the night. He roamed around the surroundings of Savage Mountain, observing every single trace to determine his opponent's strength. As he faced Savage Mountain, he felt like he was facing a tiger's den or a dragon's lair. Every time he approached it, he would be extremely cautious. The path of an assassin was not about drawing his sword in a fit of rage. Instead, it required absolute patience and calmness. Since he needed to assassinate an opponent, they would definitely be stronger than him, or why would he go through so much trouble? If he wanted to kill an opponent stronger than him, how could he not pay a price? Spending a few years to plan an assassination was very normal. He had a vague premonition that the target this time would be a colossus. There were no stars or moon tonight. There was rain and wind. There are many claw marks like this in the surroundings of Savage Mountain. They seem to be from some kind of colossal demon. There are a lot of them, and they're the ones who stopped the people who tried to escape. However, the marks can't be compared to the claws of any demon, let alone such a large group. Looking at the proportions, they actually seem like human hands. Is this one of their abilities? Ghost Shadow observed the marks on the cliff before climbing up the eastern peak of Savage Mountain. He used the geographical advantage to observe the ruins below. The city has been destroyed very thoroughly. It doesn't seem like it was destroyed by the shockwaves of battle, but more like an earthquake. Ghost Shadow drifted down and patrolled through the ruins, stopping above a huge pit. The gentleman of heavenly blubber wanted to escape, but he was stopped. Afterwards, he directly collided with Li Qingshan or Little and Here. That's why he left behind this huge pit. The gentleman of heavenly blubber was actually sent flying and slammed into the wall over there, leaving behind this huge pit. The pit was much smaller than his body, so he was clearly very heavily injured. He was forced to use his fat to offset it. This power is basically terrifying. I definitely can't face it head-on. The more Ghost Shadow observed, the more shocked he became, but this did not make his determination waver. He gazed at the main peak of Savage Mountain and became slightly excited. The more powerful the prey was, the more worth it they were to assassinate. A gust of wind blew over, and he drifted up the mountain with the drizzle. Although Li Qingshan had taken control of the formations, how could it stop him who knew these formations like the back of his hand? With his innate ability as a night roamer, he passed through silently and followed the aura into the center of the mountain. Li Qingshan suddenly snapped open his eyes. His mind rippled. This was the spirit turtle's warning. The enemy was already extremely close. However, he failed to sense anything at all. He calmed down and used the spirit turtle to perform a divination. The corner of his lips curled slightly, and he stood up and made his way out. The pale white flames in Little N's eye sockets flickered as if she had sensed something too. Li Qingshan nodded at her, and she continued to focus on forging the sword. The 8-point formation in the Blood Oath Hall is a little troublesome. Although I can force my way through it, it's impossible for it to remain completely silent. The senses of the 8 desolate beasts are far too sharp. Once they activate the formation, it'll be very difficult for me to escape unscathed. Just as Ghost Shadow was thinking, his drifting figure suddenly stopped. He thought, even the heavens are on my side. His prey had appeared. Ghost Shadow was not worried about whether he had been discovered or not. He was extremely confident in his ability to conceal himself. Even if he was a great cultivator who had undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation, they might not be able to discover him as long as he did nothing. He did not plan on carrying out an assassination tonight. He just wanted to observe his prey from a closer distance. He focused his mind, and all he saw was a man walking over from the hall in the center of the mountain. He made his way up the stairs step by step. He was tall and large, and his steps were firm. His appearance was nothing special, and the aura he gave off was not particularly powerful either. However, Ghost Shadow dared not underestimate him at all. It was very likely for him to be the one who had sent the gentleman of heavenly blubber flying in a direct confrontation. He had probably been injured in that battle and had been recuperating in secluded cultivation the entire time. The fact that he was still alive was the best proof. As Li Qingshan approached, Ghost Shadow gradually felt a sense of pressure. It was not from his aura or presence, but from an ability he had honed through countless life and death experiences, allowing him to understand which prey were extremely dangerous. Li Qingshan did not seem to notice anything at all. He approached Ghost Shadow step by step. 10 steps, 8 steps, 5 steps. When he was only 3 steps away, Li Qingshan's gaze suddenly became as tranquil as water. He said nothing at all, throwing a punch at Ghost Shadow. He smiled. An esteemed guest has come to visit. I was unable to welcome you from afar, so eat my punch first. Li Qingshan suddenly radiated with surging malice. Ghost Shadow seemed to see a vicious tiger roar. Even with his willpower, he was slightly affected. By the time he returned to his senses, the punch had already landed on him. It was already too late for him to do anything. However, Ghost Shadow was not afraid. Having transformed into the night roaming god, he could not be injured so easily. Whether it's techniques or blades, just pass through my body. That was his final thought before he fainted. Under Li Qingshan's control, the shockwaves condensed without dispersing. A black shadow was peeled away from the darkness, like a blob of ink that was constantly being shaken up. It had completely lost control over its body. Li Qingshan's punch could shatter space, although it was not as powerful in a stable world. The Ghost Shadow was clearly not as tough as space. After over a year of cultivation, he had already passed the Nirvana realm. He was much more powerful than when he fought the Corpse King. Although he had failed to shatter space, he could already shake it up. If the Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber was bold enough to face him head-on now, he would struggle to avoid the fate of being killed in a single punch even if he threw away all of his fat. It's actually a night roamer, but it's a pity that he's a man. Whatever, his strength is passable. Doesn't that make me a third one? Li Qingshan turned around with Ghost Shadow. The strongest assassin of the south had not even managed to endure a single punch at the end of the day. Li Qingshan had also determined that this guy's strength is passable. If you can survive a punch from me, then go swear an oath. P.S. Chapter 786. When Li Qingshan tossed the unconscious Ghost Shadow in front of Little N said, "Ghost Shadow?" Li Qingshan asked in surprise, "You know him?" "The third cave master of the Lair of Demons." "I didn't think he'd still be alive." "Sure enough, those ranked at the top do have some strength." "Yeah, he actually survived a punch from me. Coming to Savage Mountain this time really was the right decision." Ghost Shadow remained unconscious for 3 whole days and nights before waking up. His breathing was feeble, and his face was pale white. When he recalled the punch, he still felt lingering fear. Did I still underestimate the terror of prey, in the end? This isn't the strength a White Hawk commander should possess. Stop playing dead. Get up. A bellow shook up Ghost Shadow's mind. He dared not be careless, sitting up slowly. All he saw was Li Qingshan crouching in front of him. His face was vicious as he waved a sheepskin scroll in his hand, like a creditor who had come to collect a debt. The 2 people behind him were obviously his subordinates or bodyguards. They currently gazed at him with mixed emotions. There was some sorrow and pity, as well as some schadenfreude. Yu Wufeng, the Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber. Ghost Shadow blinked his eyes in surprise. "Third brother, you've come too." The Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber sighed. After over a year of recuperation, his body had already turned back into a mountain of flesh. Yu Wufeng just shut his eyes. A while later, Ghost Shadow understood everything. He could withstand the backlash of the Blood Oath without dying, so the 2 of them could do it even more. At the same time, he managed to make out what the sheepskin scroll in Li Qingshan's hand was. He even got a rough idea of the Blood Oath that had been rewritten on it. In other words, Li Qingshan killed the 4 other cave masters and forced Yu Wufeng to sign a new Blood Oath with the Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber. That's actually how it turned out. How is his strength? Yes, he has the strength. The fact that the Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber can withstand a punch from him without dying can already be regarded as his cultivation method. "Kid, I can see that you're very talented, so I can't bear to kill you." "Swear an oath." Li Qingshan pressed down on Ghost Shadow's shoulder and chuckled. "Just kill me." Ghost Shadow said calmly. "You want to die?" Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. He never thought there would actually be a tough nut to crack in Savage Mountain, which piqued his interest. "I don't. However, I don't want to be a servant anymore and live an ignoble existence anymore," Ghost Shadow said calmly. He stared death with equanimity. The gentleman of heavenly blubber's face reddened, but he was completely red, so it was quite difficult to tell. Yu Wufeng even clenched his fists tightly. He silently told himself that he had to endure the humiliation. He could not give up on this sliver of hope. I heard that you escaped from the clan. Why? Because you're a man, you were oppressed by those women? Li Qingshan asked with a smile. Ghost Shadow's eyes narrowed. He said nothing, but Li Qingshan knew he had guessed correctly. He also felt some sympathy for him, so he said, I know the most about the night roamers. There are benefits if you follow me. I'll send you a few night roamer beauties. Unexpectedly, not only was Ghost Shadow not moved, but he also said resolutely, don't talk nonsense, kill me. You do have character. I like it. Li Qingshan gave him a thumbs up and put away the blood oath scroll. With another wave of his hand, Ghost Shadow disappeared. Li Qingshan waved his hand. Ghost Shadow was prepared to die, but the scene before him changed. Seeing the light red sky and a towering tree, he blinked his eyes and cried out involuntarily, Banyan Tree King. Probably no one in the entire cultivation community of the Mist Province did not know this phrase, nor was there anyone who did not revere this phrase. However, the Banyan Tree King mainly existed in the central and western regions of the Mist Province. It did not exist in the south. What left Ghost Shadow even more surprised was yet to come. A night roamer arrived before him. She was a female night roamer. Her nose was straight and thin, but her eyes were very faint, which made her seem even colder. However, she was also a rare beauty. There was a hint of surprise in her eyes. This night roamer has already undergone the second heavenly tribulation and condensed a night demon core. Her status in the clan should be very great, so why haven't I seen her before? And even if I haven't seen her before, she should have seen me before. Isn't she a night roamer under the Shadow Queen's command? But the night roamers of the Mist Province have clearly been unified a long time ago. Ghost Shadow sank into his thoughts. He had a vague feeling that something bad was about to happen. Yi Liuxing suddenly paid close attention and said, yes. After a moment of further thought, she grabbed Ghost Shadow and made her way towards the great banyan tree. Ghost Shadow saw even more night roamers. The night roamers all looked at him in surprise. He gradually understood. This is a tribe of night roamers that has never been under the Shadow Queen's rule. Arriving beneath the great banyan tree, they passed through the cavern condensed from tree roots and arrived before a black altar. Yi Liuxing removed Ghost Shadow's clothes and placed him on the altar. She activated the altar, and black shadows surged. Ghost Shadow felt his wounds slowly recover, but he did not feel at ease at all. Another strand of dark green liquid poured into his mouth, which immediately melted into his body. His wounds rapidly recovered. That's a branch from the Banyan Tree King, the most renowned medicine for healing in the Mist Province. However, the restraints left behind by Li Qingshan still suppressed him firmly. The Black Altar possessed this power too. Yi Liuxing studied Ghost Shadow's body and nodded in satisfaction in the end. Ghost Shadow, who had always been unafraid of death, showed fear in his eyes as if he recalled something. Very soon, Yi Liuxing summoned a group of female night roamers to the side of the altar. They listened to what Yi Liuxing said and looked at Ghost Shadow on the altar. They all became interested. Afterwards, a female night roamer stripped off her clothes and began kissing and caressing Ghost Shadow. Ghost Shadow's eyes widened as his body tensed up, but it was not excitement, but fear. It was unimaginable that a person who was not even afraid of death would actually be afraid of a female night roamer. Seeing how Ghost Shadow did not respond at all, the female night roamers in the surroundings mocked him. The female night roamer was furious too, slapping Ghost Shadow viciously and asking Yi Liuxing for help. Yi Liuxing gave a few more instructions. A while later, she brought over a porcelain bottle and took out a blue pill, shoving it into Ghost Shadow's mouth. It was like a spark had landed in the wilderness. In the blink of an eye, the flames of lust blazed. His rationality was still there, but his body's reactions were involuntary. The female night roamer on him became excited. A tear rolled down from the corner of Ghost Shadow's eye. Night roamers were a society where women were superior to men, as the talent of men was nowhere close to that of women. Undergoing the first heavenly tribulation was extremely difficult, and those who underwent the second heavenly tribulation were even rarer. All male night roamers who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation would immediately experience an overwhelming change in status. They no longer had to carry out any dangerous missions. They could remain in the safest main city the entire time. Ghost Shadow was one of those lucky dogs. Of course, this did not mean he did not have to do anything. At the very least, there was one job he had to do, which was reproduce with the female night roamers in his clan. It was just like how the children of human cultivators would often possess impressive talent for cultivation. As long as they could guarantee they would only marry cultivators, they would develop a cultivation bloodline. That was how clans came about. Other folk clans placed even more emphasis on bloodlines than human clans. They were born with talent and lifespans that mortals could never hope to attain. They basically possessed the advantages of both humans and demons, allowing them to achieve twice the results with half the effort. This was the importance of bloodlines. As a result, Ghost Shadow obtained a job that could drive all men mad with envy. Every day and night, different women would visit him and make love with him. For the sake of this opportunity, the various organizations in the clan even engaged in an open and covert struggle. In the end, the Shadow Queen mediated and set a timetable. As a result, there was a very long period of time when he could not even see a single repetitive face. Countless faces overlapped and became blurry. That was because the stronger the bloodline, the lower the chances of having children. As a result, day and night, it never ended. He felt like he had to face a blurry face like that every single time he was awake, and it became more and more terrifying. Actually, most of the women were beautiful, but they seemed to be deeply envious of him, a man who had actually undergone the second heavenly tribulation. As a result, the so-called making love with him was more like a form of revenge and humiliation most of the time. He didn't know why he had fallen to such a state, nor did he know what he was doing, let alone calming his heart to cultivate. Of course, the clan provided him with many miraculous pills so that his cultivation wouldn't regress, but there was no longer any possibility for him to improve. He wanted to turn them down, but he was just a lowly man. Even the female night roamers with weaker cultivations did not take him seriously. Instead, they scolded him for being ungrateful before humiliating him even more violently. If he dared to resist, he would be challenging the order of the entire clan. As a result, he was like a pig in a pigsty, constantly fattening up and constantly having his flesh cut off. He finally grew numb. No matter how beautiful a woman was, she was unable to make him react at all. Afterwards, he was forced to eat aphrodisiacs, finally almost losing his mind. Finally, on that night, he ran away. The nightmare finally ended. He knelt in the rain and sobbed, roaming about freely in the night. He finally obtained the freedom he had always dreamed of. But at this moment, the nightmare descended once more. Li Qingshan left him to Yi Liuxing to deal with. He said this person was unwilling to submit to him and only wanted to die. She could do whatever she wanted with him. Even killing him and taking his Naiden was fine. It had to be mentioned that the night roamer's train of thought was pretty much the same. They felt like they had to unleash some of his value before killing him. Perhaps he could help the night roamers give birth to a few geniuses. Li Qingshan held the Azura field and looked at it with great interest. He smiled. That night roamer's body sure is nice. This guy sure is lucky. Even if he dies under a beautiful flower, he'll still be a romantic even as a ghost. He actually shed tears of gratitude. Ha, there's no need to thank me. Ghost Shadow was not afraid of death, but he was afraid of sinking into a nightmare like this. To him, This was basically crueler than any form of torture. Through his powerful willpower, he unleashed all of his potential. His lips parted. I'm willing to swear it. Have you been moved by my sincerity? Sure enough, seduction is still the best way to deal with men. Li Qingshan summoned Ghost Shadow out of the Azura field and made him swear a blood oath, successfully obtaining his third subordinate. He conveniently removed Ghost Shadow's restraints and patted him on the shoulder. Ha, that felt pretty good just then, didn't it? I'm a very loyal person. As long as you do your job well, even greater benefits await you. There might even be a time when you remove the blood oath in the future. Chapter 787. Are my words that disgusting? You're purposefully provoking me, aren't you? If you really want to die, I'll send you off right now. Li Qingshan was taken aback at first before becoming furious. Just what kind of physique did a second heavenly tribulation cultivator have? How could he vomit so easily? He was clearly purposefully trying to disgust him. Damn it. And no, Ghost Shadow could not speak of his troubles. Surely he could not say it was all because of the female night roamers. Li Qingshan definitely would not believe him, and he was reluctant to mention the greatest humiliation of his life. Actually, he had planned on committing suicide as soon as he removed the blood oath. Even if the blood oath would bite him, he would not care. However, after going through another nightmare, he suddenly felt like he could endure any pain and hardship in life. Since he had already endured the most difficult period of his life, what was there to be afraid of? Li Qingshan's words had basically given him a sliver of hope, giving him some will to live. Forget it. I won't hold grudges against you. Just serve me well and atone for your crimes. Oh right, you're also a night roamer. Li Qingshan asked around and learned that Ghost Shadow came from the largest and only night roamer clan in the Mist Province, the Deep Shadow Clan. The leader of the clan was known as the Shadow Queen. When Li Qingshan listened to the Banyan Tree King's analysis of the situation in the Mist Province, he had heard this name before. He had even asked about it out of curiosity, but the Banyan Tree King was reluctant to reveal it to others, so he was unable to gain a deeper understanding. All he knew was that she led the largest organization of assassins in the Mist Province, the Shadow Palace. As for why he had escaped, Ghost Shadow was reluctant to talk about it. Li Qingshan did not ask about it either. He just thought it was because he could not stand the chauvinism of night roamers. Since you're also a night roamer, stay with the night roamers under me for a while. They probably need you. They need me. Ghost Shadow's expression changed. He seemed like he was about to vomit again. He would rather be sent to assassinate the most dangerous of enemies than see a single female night roamer again, but he could not turn him down. In the end, all he could do was agree reluctantly. In the Azura field. In a tree hole high up in the great banyan tree. Ghost Shadow sat with the three sisters, Yiliosu, Yiliobua, and Yilioxing. They asked and answered questions. Although several days had passed, the disgust in Ghost Shadow's heart had yet to dissipate. He was almost unwilling to look at the three of them directly. He wanted to play the role of a teacher. Teaching them the cultivation method of night roamers was the mission Li Qingshan had given him. He could not turn it down or brush it off. The only thing he was glad about was the attitude of the three of them. The one with the highest cultivation, the one called Yilioxing, had a very cold expression the entire time. There was a sliver of disdain in her eyes. He wasn't afraid of being despised. Anyway, he was already used to it in the Deep Shadow Clan. As long as they didn't look at him with that kind of expression, he would be fine. However, Yilioxing would glance at Yiliosu from time to time with that gaze, which made him feel very relieved. So you're not interested in the opposite sex? Although Yiliosu's cultivation wasn't high, she was still a saint. However, he seemed to be the leader of the three. From their conversation, he learnt that she was even the leader of this clan. When he asked what the clan was called, Yiliosu was taken aback. She thought about it for a while and said, Yuing. Ghost Shadow used his experience with countless women to discover that Yi Liusu seemed to be inexperienced. He discovered that Yi Liusu did not seem to have any experience. Was she the same as Yi Liuxing, someone who liked the same sex? It did not seem like it. Among the night roamers, this was basically as unbelievable as a child who had grown up in a brothel and was still a virgin at the age of 80. Among the three of them, Yi Liusu was the most focused. She constantly asked Ghost Shadow questions. After being oppressed by Helicoverpa rosa underground for several thousand years, she had lost a lot of important information on the cultivation method, let alone any progress. Ghost Shadow's arrival was basically a welcome rain after a long drought. Even if it went without saying, it would be of great assistance to her current cultivation. She was extremely curious about the Deep Shadow clan. She never thought there would actually be such a powerful clan of night roamers in the world. She constantly asked the Shadow Queen how she led them, frowning in thought from time to time as if she did not agree. However, the person who worried Ghost Shadow the most was still Yi Liubu. It was said that she was the one Li Qingshan trusted the most. She seemed like a typical female night roamer. Back in Deep Shadow City, women like her would often be the most fearless when they humiliated him, which still lingered in his heart. You're saying, you were thrown in here by a person called Li Qingshan, not North Moon? Yi Liubu asked. Ghost Shadow had only learnt from their conversation that their master was actually the North Moon that the Dragon King of the Sea hunted down. All he could think about his current fate was, serves you right. Even the 10 demon kings could not kill him, yet he tried to assassinate him. What else could he do other than serve him right? What left him even more surprised was the Banyan Tree King's attitude towards Li Qingshan. According to Yi Liubu, the Banyan Tree King actually referred to Li Qingshan as a fellow cultivator. Even though the Banyan Tree King was known for his peace and neutrality, not just any random person had the right to be referred to as a fellow cultivator by him. Ghost Shadow deeply doubted this. He must have just dug a great banyan tree into the Azura field. With the Banyan Tree King's personality, he probably won't do anything for a measly branch, but if this makes it out, there'll be a show to watch. The Banyan Tree King's status in the cultivation community of the Mist Province was so great that it was unimaginable to cultivators from other provinces. He was like a benevolent grandfather. Children were not too afraid of him. Normally, they would even climb onto his back and tug at his beard, but if someone tried to harm him, the children would definitely leap forward and fight them. However, if someone tried to harm him, the children would definitely leap forward and fight them. Many of these children had undergone the third heavenly tribulation. Even Li Qingshan had to repay his kindness. Oi, why aren't you saying anything? I'm asking you. Yi Liubu said impatiently. I can't answer that, said Ghost Shadow. This was the restriction of the blood oath. He could not purposefully expose Li Qingshan's secret. You idiot, don't you understand? This is his other identity. He uses it to move about in the human world, Yi Liuxing said coldly. Is that so? You're the idiot. Yi Liubu bellowed furiously. Yi Liuxing smiled coldly. All right. Stop arguing. Fellow ghost, please continue explaining the fifth transformation of the night roaming god. This was within Li Qingshan's expectations. Since even Yu Wufeng and the gentleman of heavenly blubber knew about his dual identity, there was nothing wrong with telling them. Moreover, this was different from exposing the North Moon's identity under Li Qingshan's name. He did not have that many qualms. Sure enough, since they had never had any contact with Li Qingshan before, they were not too surprised by this identity. The North Moon had done far too many shocking things. Disguising himself as a human and becoming a White Hawk commander really was nothing. In short, after spending some time with them, Ghost Shadow was convinced that the three women did not have any romantic thoughts towards him. The pressure he felt decreased drastically, and he definitely did not feel any sense of loss at all. He had already slept with all the women he should have slept with and should not have slept with in his 10 lifetimes. From today onwards, he would sever his emotions. There were only two things that could interest him, which were assassination and cultivation. At this moment, Li Qingshan appeared in the tree hole. Only then did Ghost Shadow see his other form. He had scarlet hair and eyes, and he was peerlessly handsome. Master! Yi Liubo immediately threw herself over. Looks like you're about to undergo the second heavenly tribulation. Liusu, what's wrong? You don't want me to hug you anymore? Li Qingshan picked her up with a smile before extending his hand towards Yi Liusu. Yi Liusu placed her hand in his, and he pulled her gently. She leaned into his arms and could not help but say, "Thank you." What was she thanking him for? She was thanking him for bringing Ghost Shadow here, allowing her to take a step closer to her dream. She was thanking him for his warm embrace right now. Perhaps these two feelings had already merged together completely, such that they could not be separated. She yearned for the night roamers to love one another, instead of killing one another. She also yearned for his warm embrace, instead of his cold gaze and vigilance. Li Qingshan whispered into her ear, "If you say something like that again, I'm going to spank you." Yi Liusu's delicate face reddened slightly. She lowered her head and said nothing more. It made Yi Liuxing's face become colder and colder, but there was nothing she could do. Not only was he so powerful that she could not reach him right now, but as a bystander, she understood the best that Yi Liusu had already bet everything on him. Ghost Shadow lowered his head and stared at the wood grain on the floor. It was not because he was concerned about not looking at indecent things, but because this scene had stirred up far too many unpleasant memories. He was like a person who had eaten so much meat that he vomited and swore he would never touch any meat again. Even when he saw someone else eating lavishly, he would still feel very uncomfortable. He would even feel a sense of sorrow. You have no idea how disgusting this is. Li Qingshan then asked Ghost Shadow, "Once they undergo the second heavenly tribulation, we'll have to prepare for a big fight." Ghost Shadow lowered his head. "If the four of us work together, there'll only be a handful of places in the south that can stop us." "Very good. We'll be making a quick move when the time comes." "Alright, I won't disturb you any further." Li Qingshan was just about to leave the Azura field, but Yi Liubo wrapped her arms around him firmly, refusing to let go of him. Li Qingshan patted her back. "Be a good girl. Cultivation comes first. It's already been so long. If you still don't keep me company, how am I supposed to be in the mood to cultivate? I might as well just die," Yi Liubo grumbled. "Don't spout nonsense," said Li Qingshan. Yi Liusu said, "Fellow ghost, let's stop here for today." Ghost Shadow was more than happy to do that. Although the attitudes of Yi Liusu and her sisters did not pressure him too much, his disgust towards women, especially female night roamers, had already become a form of hatred. He could not get over it, nor did he want to get over it. Not to mention that he had yet to recover from his wounds completely. "You can return to your dwelling and rest." Li Qingshan waved his hand and released Ghost Shadow from the Azura field. He asked Yi Liubo in his arms, "How do you want me to keep you company?" "Master, you already know the answer." Yi Liubo grumbled coquettishly. Without anyone else present, her expression was basically seductive. She gently licked his ear and rubbed her full chest against his arm. Chapter 788. Li Qingshan saw how flustered Yi Liusu was and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? You don't want to spend a little more time with me?" "I do." Yi Liusu lowered her head and said softly, but Li Qingshan was clearly going to do it with Yi Liubo. Was he going to do it with her too? She felt her body heat up. Yi Liubo said mischievously, "What do you want, big sister?" Yi Liusu shot a glance at her. "What do you think about this place?" Li Qingshan released them and pointed into the distance. They currently stood on the top of the main peak of Savage Mountain. They could see the entire valley from there. It had just rained today, so the thick mist merged with the clouds, basically burying the entire valley. A waterfall plunged 1,000 meters down like a white dragon, flickering in and out of the clouds. What dense spiritual chi and what beautiful scenery. This really is a rare blessed land. Yi Liubo gazed at the scenery in the distance and sighed in amazement. Yi Liusu temporarily forgot about her embarrassment and gazed over. This is the Mist Province. Before I knew it, I've already crossed over 50,000 kilometers with him, reaching a distance I've never imagined in the past. I've also seen scenery that has never been recorded in books. Once the time is ripe, I'll move the tree out and have it rooted in the valley. You can rebuild the territory of the night roamers here. As long as you cast down a powerful formation, it'll be enough to stop third heavenly tribulation enemies, and Li Qingshan stood on the top of the mountain and pointed out the environment in the valley, imagining how he should decorate the village of night roamers. Yi Liusu's gaze followed the tip of his finger. She was fascinated, but it gradually returned to his face and became fixated on it. Yi Liubo's gaze moved past their faces. She sighed with a smile inside. Is Master using his method to express his apologies? What a great gift. With how dreamy my sister is, she'll definitely be enchanted by it. Li Qingshan was rather delighted too. Compared to hard work in cultivation, defeating powerful enemies was another kind of happiness. He had used his own strength to help a race. Step by step, he was confident that he would not let Yi Liusu down. How is it? Facing Li Qingshan's question with a smile, Yi Liusu took a step forward, tiptoed, and kissed him on the cheek. She said seriously, "Thank you. I'm really going to spank you this time." Li Qingshan smiled and patted her perky butt. In Mate Sanyang's cave, there was a faint fragrance in the air. The stone walls were covered with embroidered wallpaper, which looked like it was woven from silk. The decorations were very elegant. The most eye-catching place was the center of the cave. A huge white cocoon hung under the dome, it seemed to be where Mate Sanyang rested and cultivated. Yi Liubo dived into the cocoon. He poked his head out and said, "You guys come in too. It's so comfortable in here. Hurry up and go in. I'll look around." Yi Liusu said to Li Qingshan, her eyes darting around, not daring to meet his eyes. Li Qingshan carried her up and jumped into the cocoon. The space inside was not small, but it was still a little cramped to accommodate 3 people. The pure white silk was smooth, cold and soft, glowing faintly, like a huge sleeping bag. This cocoon is a treasure. Li Qingshan examined it. Before he finished speaking, Yi Liubo pounced on him and sealed his mouth with her plump lips. Her tongue slid in like a snake and she mumbled, "Master, love me. You're so horny, can't you see your sister is still here?" Li Qingshan flipped her over and pressed her under him. With a light wave of his hand, her bra fell off and 2 voluptuous mounds jumped out. He held them in his hands and played with them, pinching the tips lightly. Yi Liubo moaned softly and said with a flirtatious look, "It's not like I can escape from your demonic claws anyway." Yi Liusu, who had always been composed and generous, was basically at a loss for what to do. Born as a night roamer, she had seen many things like this before. She was not as shy as mortals and treated it as a matter of course. She had been mentally prepared for this a long time ago. But only now did she realize she could not act as naturally as she imagined. Li Qingshan's hand caressing Yi Liubo basically felt like it was on her body. Even her breathing became labored. Li Qingshan glanced at Yi Liusu with a smile. He adjusted his posture and placed her beside Yi Liubo. 2 equally beautiful faces were currently looking at her with different expressions. Yi Liusu's body tensed up. She was like a small beast that had fallen into the hands of a hunter and was waiting to be dealt with. Meanwhile, Yi Liubo's eyes were already flirtatious, burning with admiration. Her upper body moved gently with Li Qingshan's caresses. Her breathing turned into actual heat when it reached Yiliosu's ears. At this moment, Li Qingshan's hand landed on her cheek and caressed it gently. "Master, please wait until I undergo the heavenly tribulation, all right?" Yiliosu pleaded. "Don't worry. I won't eat you up this time." Li Qingshan smiled. He also understood that Yiliobua needed release to cultivate in peace, while it was best for Yiliosu to maintain her original state. However, since she had come with him, he obviously had to bully her properly. Thus, he withdrew his hand and caressed Yiliobua. He kneaded her plump and soft breasts wantonly into the shape he liked. He lowered his head and kissed her lips, sealing the sudden high-pitched chanting. Perhaps it was because they had been apart for too long each time, or perhaps it was because of her fanatical admiration for him, but she had always been easily engrossed in it. At this moment, she even forgot about Yiliosu and hugged Li Qingshan tightly. Like a parched land, she was enjoying the long-awaited rain and dew. Li Qingshan was infected too. His lust began to blaze, but he broke free from her embrace and admired her again. Yiliobua opened her eyes in a rather daze. Between the armor and the boots, a plump thigh rubbed against each other gently. Beside her, Yiliosu felt a little thirsty. She quietly swallowed her saliva. Li Qingshan's right hand reached under Yiliobua's skirt armor. Yiliobua suddenly opened her eyes wide and let out a long, high-pitched moan. Li Qingshan stuffed the index and middle fingers of his left hand into her mouth. Her fragrant tongue wrapped around it as if he was tasting a fine wine. His 4 fingers were tightly surrounded by scorching heat. Yiliobua stretched out her arms, but she couldn't reach him. She felt empty. She couldn't get the caress she wanted, so she could only caress herself. This scene made Li Qingshan purse his lips and glance at Yiliosu again. Her armor was neat and tidy, but in that moment, she felt like she had been pierced. She did her best to act like she was unaffected, but her drifting gaze constantly landed on Yiliobua beside her. She had never seen her younger sister show such deep love either. It was like she had been bewitched, yet also like she had lost her sense of self, becoming a puppet for him to toy with. However, it made her heart waver and she felt a sense of desire. Chapter 789. Li Qingshan suddenly pulled back his hand, and Yiliobua recovered a sliver of clarity from her delirium. She let out a grunt of displeasure and heard a soft cry. Opening her eyes, she saw that Yiliosu was already in Li Qingshan's arms. She giggled and threw herself at Yiliosu, kissing her cheek. The huge cocoon shook gently. The next morning, Li Qingshan emerged from within. He was completely naked. His figure was tall and sturdy, and his bones were clearly visible. His scarlet hair draped over his shoulders as he yawned loudly, revealing 4 sharp fangs and a scarlet tongue. He seemed like a lazy, vicious beast. Afterwards, he immediately pulled himself together and strode out of the dwelling. Yiliosu stuck her head out of the cocoon silently. Her hair was a mess as she gazed at his back, rather hoping that he would look back. However, he left without even looking back, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Yiliosu was not disappointed. She had already understood this habit of his a long time ago. He would always stride forward like this. He would stop and rest from time to time, but he would never look back. As a result, Yiliosu and Yiliobua remained here. The silkworm madam's dwelling was indeed very suitable for cultivation. The density of the spiritual qi could be regarded as one of the densest on the entire Savage Mountain. In particular, in the cocoon, they could calm their minds, free from the intrusion of stray thoughts. Another half a year passed. Yiliosu underwent the second heavenly tribulation first, while Yiliobua followed closely behind. She also underwent the tribulation successfully. After another period of rest and recuperation. On Savage Mountain, Li Qingshan gazed at the sky and turned around. "It's time." Yu Wufeng, the gentleman of heavenly blubber, and Ghost Shadow all stood with their hands by their sides, while the three sisters, Yiryosu, accepted the order sternly. The moon illuminated the sky. The light shone across the sea of trees, but could not reach the Worried Eagle ravine. This deep ravine was like a scar on the earth. Li Qingshan stood at the edge of the cliff and looked down. The mountain wind was as cold as water, whistling against his face. A layer of powerful formation enveloped the pitch-black deep ravine. This place was not as good as Savage Mountain, but it was still a rare blessed land. However, it was not suitable for establishing a sect. It was more suitable for independent cultivators, and the Mist Province had no lack of independent cultivators like that. The gentleman of Heavenly Blubber said, "The formation's here." It was called the Dark Star Sky Lock Formation. The Hawk's Worry was extremely renowned in the south. He was wanted by the Hawkwolf Guard 300 years ago. Back then, he had only undergone the first heavenly tribulation. But with the great art of heaven evasion, he unleashed it. Even the Hawkwolf Guard could do nothing to him. He was untraceable within 1,000 kilometers. 100 years ago, he built his cave abode here. However, with the protection of the formation, no one can do anything to him. All I can do is ask fellow ghosts to infiltrate this place with a few night roamers. Ghost Shadow's voice drifted over. If the four of us work together, as long as we spend some time preparing and planning, killing this Hawk's Worry will be easy. No matter how powerful his escape technique is, he won't be able to use it. However, we don't have the confidence to strike immediately and subdue him and make him swear a blood oath. The path of assassins focused on killing with a single strike. If they did not have the determination to kill, their vigor would decrease drastically. They would not be able to use their full strength. Yiryosu said, "That's right. There's no need for you to plan and prepare. Feel free to strike. If you kill him, then so be it." The south is so large, so isn't it easy to find a few subordinates? Then Li Qingshan said to Yu Wufeng and the gentleman of Heavenly Blubber, "Make your preparations as well. If he manages to survive, you can't let him escape." Then he glanced at Yu Wufeng deeply. Yu Wufeng lowered his head and pressed down on the hilt of the fogbow sword. Ghost Shadow said nothing more. His aura suddenly vanished, merging with the night sky and drifting towards the Hawk's Worry ravine. Yi Liuxing and the other two secretly admired him, following closely behind him. A while later, Li Qingshan smiled. "Sure enough, you do have some tricks up your sleeves." Before he had even finished speaking, a streak of light rushed into the air from the Hawk's Worry ravine. Li Qingshan did not take action. A streak of white light flew out from beside him, piercing the sky and intercepting the streak of light. A pale-faced old man in black robes appeared. He was as short as a monkey. He asked in surprise and fury, "The fogbow sword. Yu Wufeng. I have no grievances with your Savage Mountain, so why have you launched a sneak attack on me?" Yu Wufeng said nothing. He formed a seal with his hand, and the fogbow sword turned into a slithering streak of white light, surrounding Hawk's Worry. "Who's that?" "The White Hawk Commander." Hawk's Worry glanced at the man in white clothes before Yu Wufeng, standing with his arms crossed with a smile. Under the moonlight, his white clothes resembled a silver hawk spreading its wings. The gentleman of Heavenly Blubber, who was renowned for his viciousness, also stood behind him with his head lowered, doing his best to maintain a humble posture. Hawk's Worry forced himself to calm down. The fogbow sword's light was dense, but it could not trap him. Right when he was about to use the great technique of Heaven's escape to break free, several drifting strands of killing intent froze him where he was, preventing him from moving. A while ago, if it were not for his sharp senses that had been honed from many years of life and death, he would have almost died to a terrifying assassination before he could even use his escape technique. Apart from Ghost Shadow, the other three were clearly peak assassins of the Shadow Palace, which scared him witless. Although he managed to escape by luck, he was heavily injured, even abandoning his dwelling. Yet, the first cave master of Savage Mountain intercepted him with his renowned fogbow sword. In an instant, killing intent filled the air from all directions, but it was like a bow that was ready to be drawn. Just as Hawk's Worry was thinking about a countermeasure, the demon suppression tower descended from above. Demon suppression. The 4 night roamer assassins worked together to assassinate him. The first cave master of Savage Mountain used his arcane treasure, the fogbow sword, to trap him, and Li Qingshan suppressed him in the end. No matter how powerful Hawk's Worry's escape technique was, all he could do was surrender. In the demon suppression tower, Hawk's Worry turned into a streak of light, charging around, but it was obviously useless. The demon suppression tower was rather clumsy in actual combat, but as long as it suppressed an enemy, they would struggle to break free. At this moment, a figure passed through the tower. Li Qingshan appeared and said, "Don't waste your energy. Let's talk about something useful." "You're Li Qingshan. How extravagant of you, sir." Hawk's Worry did his best to maintain his distance from Li Qingshan. His eyes were filled with caution. Just what was he capable of to actually order around the 3 cave masters of Savage Mountain and 3 peak assassins of the Shadow Palace? Li Qingshan took out the blood oath scroll and smiled. "Come, fellow, swear an oath." The blood oath scroll. "You've actually refined the blood oath scroll." Hawk's Worry's expression changed drastically. He finally understood why the 3 cave masters of Savage Mountain obeyed his orders. "I'll give you half a minute to think about it," Li Qingshan said. Half a minute later, the demon suppression tower turned into demon chi and dispersed. Li Qingshan stowed the blood oath scroll away and patted Hawk's Worry's shoulder. He said in praise, "Fellow Hawk truly is a sensible person." Hawk's Worry was dejected. He forced out a smile. Yes, let's go to the next stop." Li Qingshan waved his hand in high spirits. 7 days later, in the Marquis of Serene Sea's estate. The Marquis of Serene Sea was currently meditating with his eyes closed when the caretaker reported, "Marquis, that Li Qingshan is outside, requesting an audience." "He's still alive." The Marquis of Serene Sea snapped open his eyes and received him at the entrance. He saw Li Qingshan's back to him, currently lecturing a group of people. "From today onwards, you must turn over a new leaf and start anew. You'll definitely achieve great things in the future." The Marquis of Serene Sea counted a total of 8 people. They varied in height, weight, and weight. Every single one of them wore a black cloak with the hood covering their faces. Although they all lowered their heads like servants, the auras they gave off vaguely left the Marquis of Serene Sea alarmed. "These people are so familiar. Who's that big fatty? The gentleman of heavenly blubber. And that shorty?" The Marquis of Serene Sea was unable to identify them one by one, as Li Qingshan had already turned around. Chapter 791. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through the sea of trees like waves. The Marquis of Serene Sea suspected that he had misheard and asked instinctively, "What did you say?" "Don't pretend you can't hear me." Li Qingshan laughed, and the 8 figures in black cloaks behind him also laughed coldly. The eyes under their hoods gleamed with schadenfreude. Since they had already suffered misfortune, then watching others suffer the same misfortune was a rare joy in life. A chill ran down the Marquis of Serene Sea's spine. He involuntarily took a step back, wanting to retreat into the main gate. 3 black figures appeared behind him, their killing intent as cold as ice. After continuous battles and Ghost Shadow's teachings, Yiliosu and her sister's teamwork had become more and more coordinated. Although others could not see it, the Marquis of Serene Sea could sense it. His heart trembled. Shadow Palace assassins. Only a top-notch assassin of the Shadow Palace would be able to sneak up on him without him noticing. He immediately did not dare to move recklessly. He shouted, "Li Qingshan, what do you think you're doing?" "I'm the Princess of South Sea Commandery, the Marquis of Serene Sea appointed by the Emperor." Alright, stop being so cocky. I'm looking for you. Li Qingshan said. The laughter behind him became even more unbridled, filled with malice. Li Qingshan was satisfied. The demonic cultivators of the south had one great advantage, which was that they were very adaptable to circumstances. He had attacked them for 7 consecutive days. As long as they managed to survive the combined attacks of Ghost Shadow and the others, none of them would rather die than submit. Moreover, once they swore a blood oath, they could quickly adjust their mentality and show sufficient obedience. There was a shameless person who said that he wanted to take Li Qingshan as his adoptive father. He said that he had cultivated for hundreds of years just for this day, which greatly shocked Li Qingshan. If it was a woman, then so be it. At least he could barely be an adoptive father, but it was clearly an old man. How shameless. This was the culture of southern border. There was no sense of propriety, justice, or honor. Only the strong were respected. As long as your fist was hard enough, no one would use their head to clash head-on. There was a commotion in the manor. A large number of cultivators rushed out. Some were guards of the House of Marquis, while others were guest elders. There were hundreds of them, and they took out all kinds of spirit artifacts and dharma artifacts. He activated all sorts of strange goo worms. They surrounded Li Qingshan and the others. However, this scene. Not to mention that Li Qingshan didn't care, even the 8 black cloaks behind him didn't care at all. Because among these hundreds of people, none of them had undergone the second heavenly tribulation. Commander Li, you dare to be rude to my marquis? Do you know that all the White Wolf guards were killed while you were gone? Just you wait for the Hawk Wolf guard to punish you. If you know what's good for you, I can let my marquis put in a good word for you. Steward Zhou of the Hofu said. He saw that his family had the advantage in numbers and also had the geographical advantage. He believed that Li Qingshan would not dare to commit murder, so he jumped out to express his loyalty. As for the 8 black cloaks behind Li Qingshan, his cultivation was insufficient for him to make an accurate judgment. As for the 3 black shadows behind the Marquis of Serene Sea, he was completely unaware of them. Who did it? Li Qingshan really did not know about this. It's me. A reply rang out from space. The Marquis of Serene Sea's face lit up. It was Ghost Shadow's voice. As long as Ghost Shadow carried out the assassination, even if he failed, he would be able to divert some of Li Qingshan's attention. He could use this opportunity to retreat to the estate. He had specially prepared an escape route in the secret room of the estate. It was a formation that could teleport him 500 kilometers away. This was different from streaks of light. It was completely untraceable. The assassins of the Shadow Palace are impressive, but since they've already exposed themselves, there's nothing to be afraid of. In terms of strength, the 3 of them definitely can't rival the greatest assassin of the South, Ghost Shadow. Sure enough, Ghost Shadow had taken action. However, the sliver of joy in the Marquis of Serene Sea's heart immediately turned to fear. Caretaker Zhou of the Marquis estate glared at Li Qingshan furiously. A bloody mark had appeared between his eyebrows. The mark was so thin that only a bead of blood seeped out. He seemed to sense something, extending his hand to touch it instinctively before collapsing like this. 3rd Cave Master. The Marquis of Serene Sea paled in fright. His heart sank. I could tell a long time ago that those bastards were colluding with demonic cultivators. It's clean even if they die. I can go to the Mist Capital to ask for a reward. Li Qingshan said in an unconcerned manner. Marquis, don't be so stubborn and rely on luck. Even Boss you and I have sworn loyalty to Commander Li, so 3rd Brother Shadow will obviously be no exception. If you still don't tell these several hundred pieces of trash to piss off and piss me off, I'll swallow them all. The Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber patted his belly with a smile. His fat jiggled about. The Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber, it really is you. Apart from me, who else can be so plump? The gentleman of heavenly blubber smiled and extended his huge, fan-like hand. A guard of the estate over 30 meters away cried out as he flew over. The gentleman of heavenly blubber's mouth widened to an unbelievable degree. He actually swallowed the guard in a single gulp. He could vaguely make out a figure below his belly, which vanished after a few struggles. Ah, it's the second cave master of Savage Mountain, the gentleman of heavenly blubber. And the third cave master, Ghost Shadow. Everyone cried out and dispersed in a large circle. All of the cave masters of Savage Mountain were renowned for their viciousness. However, the Marquis of Serene Sea's gaze was focused on the black-cloaked figure to the right behind Li Qingshan. His white hair draped down from the hood, and he carried a sword on his back. He was in disbelief. If it was anyone else, then so be it, but he was a sword cultivator wielding an arcane treasure. How proud and arrogant was he? Why would he submit to Li Qingshan? With a final sliver of hope, he called out, "Cave Master Yu. Marquis of Serene Sea, stop wasting time." Yu Wufeng gripped the fogbow sword and said coldly. "Yeah. Do you want to live or die? I still hope you can survive." Although finding a second heavenly tribulation cultivator in the vast south is quite easy, there aren't a lot of truly useful experts. However, if you really want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Li Qingshan said. The Marquis of Serene Sea despaired. Li Qingshan was already an extremely terrifying opponent. There were also the 3 peak assassins of the Shadow Palace, the first 3 cave masters of Savage Mountain, and the remaining 6 people. He had already recognized them all. Every single one of them was a renowned demonic cultivator of the south. Right now, they all stood behind Li Qingshan, listening to his orders. Even across the entire south, no one could underestimate a force like that. His voice trembled slightly. "I'm a marquis. Are you bold enough to kill me?" Li Qingshan smiled. "Kill him." Before he had even finished speaking, the 3 black figures behind the Marquis of Serene Sea vanished. Ghost Shadow drifted over, locking onto him with killing intent. The fogbow sword left its sheath with a clang, and the gentleman of heavenly blubber reached out with his hand. The remaining 6 black-cloaked figures struck out at the same time as well. It was a sure kill move, like a landslide or a tsunami. The Marquis of Serene Sea was unable to dodge, flee, or block them. All he could do was yell out with all his strength, "I want to live." Li Qingshan raised his hand, and all of the attacks came to a halt. It was like the tsunami had been frozen the moment it was about to slam down. "As long as you want to live. Swear an oath." If the Battle of Savage Mountain had only caused an uproar in the south due to the unknown outcome, then Li Qingshan's appearance in the commandery city of South Sea this time had answered all of their questions. However, it did not just reveal the outcome of the Battle of Savage Mountain, but the change in the entire structure of the South. After receiving the Marquis of Serene Sea's oath, Li Qingshan held a banquet in the Marquis estate and invited the 10 cave masters. These 10 renowned figures of the South toasted Li Qingshan together, formally pledging their loyalty. The cultivator who accepted Li Qingshan as his foster father even referred to him as king, no longer referring to him as sir or commander. Li Qingshan was confused. He asked for the reason, and the cultivator said, "Who in the south doesn't know that the one who unites Savage Mountain is the king of savages?" Li Qingshan laughed aloud, accepting the title happily. The Marquis of Serene Sea cursed him for his shamelessness inside, but he forced a smile on his face and also called out, "My king." After the banquet, Li Qingshan gave the order to set off immediately and continue his campaign. He basically rounded up all the second heavenly tribulation cultivators in the south apart from the myriad poison cult, making the arrogant declaration he made when he first arrived in the South Sea Commandery a reality. "Those who submit to me prosper, and those who oppose me die." Savage Mountain basically rose up overnight, becoming a great organization in the south that was only second to the myriad poison cult. If it were not for the fact that Li Qingshan had not undergone the third heavenly tribulation, he would have been able to establish a large sect. The Mist Province was thrown into an uproar. When Li Qingshan received orders to come to the Mist Province and assume the position of White Wolf Commander, he attracted countless gazes. This was because of the dazzling glory of the two geniuses, but it was also because cultivators wanted to use this to predict the changes in the situation between the Mist Province and the Green Province. Some people guessed this was part of the Great Xia Empire's plan, purposefully sending them to the Mist Province as hostages to ease the situation between the two provinces. However, even more people believed the Great Xia Empire had no intention of mediating between the two provinces like in the past. Instead, they purposefully made the two provinces wear each other down so that the Dragon Province would remain absolutely powerful in the center. As for Li Qingshan and Little Ant, they were just chess pieces to speed up the war between the two provinces, pitiful sacrifices. There were plenty of malicious speculations. How will the Chan Monastery of Devanaga react when they lose these two genius disciples? As soon as Li Qingshan arrived in the South Sea, he killed the White Hawk commander and successfully ascended to his position. He demonstrated viciousness that completely differed from his identity as a Buddhist disciple. However, across the entire Mist Province, it was only a small matter. Over 2 years had passed since then, and Li Qingshan's name gradually faded from everyone's sight. It was only mentioned from time to time and guessed at the outcome of the battle. Only when Li Qingshan used the Blood Oath Scroll to command the 10 cave masters and conquer the entire south did his name suddenly ring out again. However, the prefix of his name was no longer the position of White Hawk Commander, nor was it the identity of Unraging Monk's disciple. Instead, it was King of Savages. King was originally a title that only existences who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation had the right to use. The King of Chu, the King of Yu, the Monk King, the Demon King, and the Great General King were all supreme experts, only one in a billion. They were the absolute ruling class of the 9 provinces. With Li Qingshan's cultivation, he originally did not have the right to be referred to as king. However, the first cave master of Savage Mountain had once said that whoever underwent the third heavenly tribulation could refine the Blood Oath Scroll and rule over Savage Mountain. The other cave masters would refer to them as King of Savages, and they would receive the recognition of the other 7 cave masters. In everyone's minds, this was something only great cultivators who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation could achieve, so the title of king went without saying. Chapter 792. The sky was dark and gloomy. Thick leaden clouds hung low and low, as if they were going to cover the sea of trees. It was as dark as night. This article is from A ray of light streaked across the sky, and a short man flew on his sword. Although he was not tall, he was born with a square face and a wide mouth, revealing a valiant aura. The long sword under his feet was a magical treasure. The light landed on the ground, and the man sheathed his sword. He looked up and saw that Savage Mountain towered into the clouds. However, when he tried to look deeper, all he saw was churning mist, sealing off the entire mountain. Even his divine sense could not penetrate it. This is the 8-directional Misty Sea Formation. Sure enough, old Freak Zwa was killed by him, and even the guarding formation was destroyed. In less than a month, those renowned figures of the South have either been killed or forced to swear a blood oath and become servants. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga really does live up to its reputation. Just how powerful is this Li Qingshan? The man muttered to himself. Just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly turned around and looked back. He gripped the hilt of his sword with a wary expression. A green cloud pierced through the clouds and flew towards Savage Mountain. The color of the green cloud was not emerald green or dark green, but rather a wretched green. It surged as if it had a life of its own, and its speed was not much slower than the man's. In the blink of an eye, it had also landed in front of the valley. The ghastly green-colored cloud and mist seemed even more strange. It surged as if it wanted to pounce towards the man and emitted a strange droning sound, as if it was a monster that wanted to swallow a person whole. If one looked carefully, it wasn't a cloud and mist at all. It was clearly a myriad of tiny green-colored insects that were difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Myriad poison cult. The man frowned. Cough, cough. Fellow Peng, what are you doing in my southern border instead of drifting about on the sea? A feminine voice came from the cloud of insects, and a tall and thin figure walked out of the cloud of insects. It was a young gentleman dressed in luxurious clothes with a sickly face. The cloud of insects rolled and gathered, returning to the rattan pot at his waist. So it's the sickly young master. This Li Qingshan really has a great reputation. Peng Jingni said with a smile. A fighting spirit rose in his heart as he unsheathed the shocking centipede sword halfway. You and I both have a mission today, so let's forget about it. Since you were here first, you can go first. If you really don't accept it, then we'll do it again after we're done. The sickly young master elegantly raised his hand and gestured for Peng Jingni to go first. Peng Jingni wasn't a fool. He knew that if he met Li Qingshan first, he would definitely mess things up later on. Although the myriad poison cult and the South Sea Sword Pavilion dominated the southern region and the South Sea Sword Pavilion, they had been neighbors for many years and had many conflicts. The myriad poison cult was a standard demonic sect, while the South Sea Sword Pavilion prided itself on being righteous. As a sword cultivator sect, there was no lack of chivalry. And the most fundamental reason was the competition for benefits. Once a magic treasure was born and a spiritual grass grew, there would inevitably be an open and veiled struggle. Generation after generation. It was unknown how many fellow disciples had died at the hands of the other party. When they met, they had to be amiable. That would be strange. As the most outstanding disciples of the sect, they would usually fight when they met. If you're not in a hurry, then I'll go first. The sickly young master smiled and stepped forward. A wave of sword chi swept past him, plowing a deep ravine in front of him. Don't even think about it. Peng Jingni drew his sword. This person has a glib tongue. If I let him in first, he'll definitely ruin my plans. I can't go left or right. What are you trying to do? The South Sea Sword Pavilion sure is impressive. Don't forget that this is the southern region of the Mist Province. The sickly young master's pale face sank. Let's fight first and decide who's victorious. Watch as I chase away a sickly bastard like you first. Peng Jingni smiled. Fair enough. It won't take me much time to poison a shorty like you anyway. Why don't the two of you come in together? When they were ready to fight, a voice rang out from the valley. The mist dispersed, revealing a path. Both of them thought of something. The sickly young master took a step back and made an inviting gesture. Peng Jingni snorted coldly and sheathed his sword. The two of them rushed into the valley one after another, and the mist closed up again. Peng Jingni passed through the mist sea formation of the 8 directions first, guarding against the sickly young master behind him as he sped along. Seeing how there was no opportunity for a sneak attack, the sickly young master gave up. Arriving in the valley, the lair of demons that had once stood out in the south had become very cold and cheerless. The structures of the old city had all been razed to the ground, replaced by vegetation. So it's just a facade, a defensive formation. What a waste of resources. The sickly young master felt disdain. If he were in control of the Blood Oath Scroll, he would definitely establish a strict organization on Savage Mountain. However, Li Qingshan clearly had no plans to do that. Right when he was about to fly towards the main peak, he saw Peng Jingni suddenly turn around. Below the spring in the western mountains, someone waved their hand. Over here. A waterfall that resembled a white dragon seemed to fly down from the clouds and land in the deep pool. The grass beside the pool was luxuriant, blooming with exotic flowers and plants. Li Qingshan sat on a rock beside the pool and said to Little N beside him, "Doesn't this look like where we first cultivated?" Little N nodded. She wore a string of white prayer beads on her wrist. There were a total of 27 of them. She had spent a long time refining the skull prayer beads again. Although she had only increased the number by 1 or 2, the effort and resources she had expended was immense. The skull prayer beads had also reached the 3rd stage. Every skeleton demon had become stronger, and the power of the skeleton demon formation had greatly increased as well. It could be said that even without Little and personally taking action, with just this string of prayer beads, even if the 10 people who swore a blood oath worked together, they would not be a match for it. This was why Li Qingshan did not have any plans to establish a strict organization. His strength came from himself and Little and beside him, not from a bunch of messy demonic cultivators. Everyone focused their attention on the powerful forces he had gathered, but they did not know that this was just the tip of the iceberg of his true strength. Anyone who thought they could step on him would end up crashing into an iceberg. However, Li Qingshan could vaguely sense that this secret was close to being exposed, as far too many people knew about it. Although he had various safety measures in place, he was no longer an insignificant figure that no one paid any attention to. He would always leave behind traces in everything he did. From a certain perspective, this was all thanks to the Dragon King of the Sea killing the North Moon. No one believed the Dragon King of the Sea would fail. Even those who doubted it in the beginning would no longer connect Li Qingshan to the North Moon now. It would be best if he could maintain this secret until the day he went dragon slaying in the Ink Sea. By then, even if everyone in the world knew that Li Qingshan was the North Moon, it would be nothing. However, this would probably be very difficult. Li Qingshan understood. Having reached the 4th layer of the spirit turtle, his premonition was definitely not groundless. Someone's here. It's the people of the Myriad Poison Cult and the South Sea Sword Pavilion. Sure enough, I've alarmed them. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and smiled. Little and said, that disciple of the Myriad Poison Cult is known as the Sickly Young Master in the South. He's a member of the Imperial Clan of the Kingdom of Yu, one of the successors to the throne. He probably doesn't just represent the Myriad Poison Cult. Chapter 793. P.S. Today is my cousin's engagement. I set off in the morning and ran to Zhengzhou for a whole day. I spent most of the time in the car and only returned at night. I'm dead tired. I was too depressed last month. I need to adjust my pace and pull myself together this month. After all, this is the only meaningful thing in my life right now. From tomorrow onwards, I will resume 2 nights a week. Please cast your monthly votes. Dream Talker thanks you. Peng Jingni arrived before the deep pool first. He saw 2 people sitting under the waterfall. One was a tall man dressed in white. His black hair draped over his shoulders. He sat there casually, but his aura was as heavy as a mountain, giving off an unshakable feeling. So this is Li Qingshan. He lives up to his reputation. As for the other person, Peng Jingni narrowed his eyes and revealed a look of amazement. The sickly young man also rushed over. His first glance landed on Little Anne, and he exclaimed inwardly, to think there's such a beauty in the world. How incredible. He then said to Li Qingshan, you must be Li Qingshan. That's right. How should I address the 2 of you? Li Qingshan examined the 2 and asked with a smile. Peng Jingni of the South Sea Sword Pavilion. Qian Liangmu of the Myriad Poison Cult. The 2 reported their names at the same time, but they were rather dissatisfied. This Li Qingshan was too arrogant. They came from extraordinary backgrounds, possessed outstanding talent, and had made a name for themselves many years ago. No matter where they went, everyone would show them some respect. However, not only did Li Qingshan not invite them to the main peak for a discussion, but he did not even stand there. He looked down on them without any manners at all, asking for their names right away. What can I do for the two of you to come from afar? Li Qingshan propped his face with his fist. He tilted his head, curious about their intentions as well. I came from afar to pay a visit, intending to gift a great fortune to the commander, but I don't even have a cup of hot tea or a stool. That's too stingy. It doesn't match the reputation of the king of savages, Qian Liangmu said. Peng Jingni hugged his sword and did not comment. However, he agreed with Qian Liangmu for once. He had come from the sea. He was acting as an envoy. Personal honor was secondary. They absolutely could not weaken their momentum and lose the reputation of the South Sea Sword Pavilion. Otherwise, how could they talk about this matter if they felt inferior to each other the moment they met? I didn't notice that. My bad. But I don't have tea here. Only wine. If you like it, let's have a drink together. If you don't like it, let's drink together. This pond water is refreshing and sweet. Li Qingshan smiled. He took out 2 jars of wine from his sumaru ring and tossed them to the two. Then, he picked up a jar of wine and drank it heartily. Peng Jingni caught the wine jar that flew over and was stunned for a moment before he said, "Why drink water when there's wine?" He opened the clay seal and drank a few mouthfuls before praising, "Good wine." This praise was not at all polite. There was no need to say more about the taste of this wine, but in terms of the density of the spiritual energy, it was comparable to elixirs, enough to cause a bloody battle in the southern border. He admitted that if he had such a jar of wine, he wouldn't be willing to share it with others. Li Qingshan had gone on a killing spree in the southern border and obtained many spoils of war. This wine was just one of them. In any case, he had obtained it easily, so he did not feel that it was a pity. Qian Liangmu took a few sips and was speechless. He found it strange. If Li Qingshan wanted to take them down a notch, he would not have taken out such a precious spiritual wine. If he wanted to befriend them, he should not have been so disrespectful. He raised his head and met Li Qingshan's bright eyes. He suddenly realized that his attitude was indifferent. It did not matter how precious this jar of wine was, nor did it matter who they were, nor did it matter what kind of powerful faction they had behind them. Since you've come, I'll treat you to a drink and listen to what you have to say. That's all. Peng Jingni also saw this point. He, who had always been known for his heroic spirit, could not help but be secretly impressed. Legend has it that this Li Qingshan is incomparably arrogant, saying things like, "Those who submit to me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish." Looking at it with my own eyes, he is more magnanimous and heroic. He is not an arrogant and conceited person. If I met him on a normal day, I would definitely befriend him. However, the more he is like this, the harder it is to deal with him. I'm afraid the objective of this trip will not be easy to achieve. Peng Jingni looked at Qian Liangmu, and coincidentally, Qian Liangmu also looked over. Their gazes met, and they immediately separated. They were actually more willing for Li Qingshan to bring out all the 10 great cave masters under him. Whether it was to boost his prestige or to take him down a notch, the more powerful he appeared, the more weak he showed inside. Such a normal situation was really troublesome. They felt that no matter if it was coercion or temptation, it would not achieve the desired effect. As for stools, there aren't any here. The two of you can sit wherever you want. If you're afraid of lowering your head to me, you can just fly into the sky. As Li Qingshan said this, he tilted the jar in his hand and fed it to Little and beside him. His movements were very light, unlike his rough manner just now. He asked, "How's the taste?" "Very good." Little and took a few small sips. Actually, to her, there was no difference whether it was fine wine or dirty water. She just liked the wine he fed her. Peng Jingni flew up and sat down on a large rock in front of him. Qian Liangmu smiled rather helplessly and chose another rock. Peng Jingni said, "The first cave master under you, Yu Wufeng, is a traitor of our South Sea Sword Pavilion. Ever since he betrayed us 30 years ago, he has always been hiding in Savage Mountain. I never expected you to find him. I'm under orders from my master to ask you to return him to our South Sea Sword Pavilion and accept punishment. So that's how it is. Wufeng, you've been listening for so long. Come and meet this former disciple of the same sect. Li Qingshan nodded. A streak of sword light flew over from the main peak and landed in front of the waterfall. He corrected himself, it's Wufeng. After a moment of silence, he bowed and said, My king. There's no difference. Fellow Peng, is this the person? Peng Jingni's eyes lit up when he saw Wufeng. He immediately straightened up and withdrew his gaze. He said to Li Qingshan, that's him. If you help us capture the traitor, the South Sea Sword Pavilion will definitely repay you in the future. You Wufeng, are you willing to return to the South Sea Sword Pavilion with your junior brother? Li Qingshan asked. I am. Yu Wufeng fell silent again. Is that so? Li Qingshan rubbed his chin. This fellow Yu is not a traitor of the South Sea Sword Pavilion, but a hero, Qian Liangmu interrupted. Peng Jingni glared at him. This bastard really was going to ruin his plans. What do you mean? Li Qingshan asked. This is an open secret in the southern border. This brother Yu of the South Sea Sword Pavilion endured the humiliation, pretending to be a judge and joining Savage Mountain. His goal is to unify Savage Mountain, turning this place into a springboard for the South Sea Sword Pavilion to enter the southern border, so that they can fight our myriad poison cult. Commander, if you let him go, once he transcends the third heavenly tribulation and becomes the pavilion master of the South Sea Sword Pavilion, he'll definitely have his revenge for today's humiliation. Qian Liangmu glanced at Peng Jingni with a smile. He laughed at the South Sea Sword Pavilion schemes. In the end, he suffered a double loss. Peng Jingni was about to retort when Yu Wufeng sighed and said, Junior brother, there's no need to say any more. He smiled and said, deceiving people with clever words is never your forte. Senior brother has a heavy responsibility. Yet, he had fallen into such a situation. He had truly let down his benefactor. I've let the sect down. Yes, senior brother. Peng Jingni's chest warmed up as he lowered his head. Yu Wufeng then said to Li Qingshan, Commander Li. If you are willing to show mercy, I swear that I will not take revenge for today, nor will I divulge any of your secrets. I'm even more willing to lend you a hand and make you unrivaled in southern border. His words were filled with killing intent, directed at the myriad poison cult. Qian Liangmu said, I wonder how this oath compares to a blood oath. Brother Yu is truly scheming. Are you trying to get someone else to do your dirty work? Commander Li, a single thought of benevolence can lead to endless trouble in the future. There are many things that can replace the blood oath scroll in southern border, such as the poison vow gu, the thousand needle curse. Qian Liangmu interrupted, I wonder which of these things can restrain a cultivator who has transcended the third heavenly tribulation. Are you trying to deceive the commander into not knowing about southern border's gu curse arts? The two of them engaged in a verbal battle. In the end, Qian Liangmu was the more eloquent one. Every word struck at the heart of the matter, leaving Yu Wufeng speechless. He could only bow deeply towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan countered with a question, if you were in my position, what would you choose? Yu Wufeng was speechless, his expression dim. Then my answer would be the same, Li Qingshan said. Fellow Li, do you really think nothing of my South Sea Sword Pavilion? Peng Jingni shouted angrily. Fellow Peng, it's best if you keep your cool. If you go too far, it won't be good. Li Qingshan glanced at him quietly. There was no killing intent in his gaze, but it made him shiver inside. Yu Wufeng's gaze was even stricter, reminding him of when he was practicing the sword many years ago. I lost my composure. Please forgive me, fellow Li. Peng Jingni glanced at Qian Liangmu from the corner of his eye. Indeed, he saw a smile in his eyes. If they really fell out and invaded southern border to attack Savage Mountain, it would only make Li Qingshan side with the myriad poison cult. Not to mention that he still held a hostage that the South Sea Sword Pavilion could not give up. You don't have to hate me. When your senior brother drew his sword against me back then, didn't he want to kill me? The path of cultivation is about fighting for a chance of survival with all one's strength in the first place. I will not hate him. One day in the future, I might release him, but it definitely won't be now. I don't need to explain the reasoning behind this. You should understand it as well. Li Qingshan's words still left Yu Wufeng and the South Sea Sword Pavilion a glimmer of hope. I'm clumsy with words, and there are many things I can't say clearly. I would like to invite you to the South Sea. Our master will definitely give you a satisfactory result, Peng Jingni said. Commander, be careful not to fall into a trap, Qian Liangmu said indifferently, but it made Peng Jingni grit his teeth in anger. All right, we will go. The one who spoke was not Li Qingshan, but Little An, who had been listening quietly the entire time. Peng Jingni rejoiced inside and looked at Li Qingshan. If she agrees, then I agree. Li Qingshan was originally stuck between two options. Since Little An had spoken, she definitely had a plan. As long as he did not go to the South Sea Sword Pavilion, he was confident that he could put up a fight even if he faced that great sword cultivator, not to mention that he had the spirit turtle to foretell fortune. Qian Liangmu wanted to say something, but he shut his mouth again. Even he would struggle to turn down a woman like that, let alone go back on his word after turning her down. Li Qingshan was clearly not an indecisive person. Moreover, this matter might even be an opportunity. Peng Jingni let out a sigh of relief. This outcome was barely satisfactory. He never thought he would actually feel so much pressure when he faced this Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, Prince Qian, let me hear what you mean by great riches and honor. Chapter 794. Qian Liangmu coughed gently. The leader of the myriad poison cult, the myriad poison ancestor, would like to invite you to become a protector of the cult. Peng Jingni immediately sneered. The myriad poison cult sure has schemed well. Is this the great riches and honor you speak of? Li Qingshan took a sip of alcohol. That's right. To regular cultivators, the identity of a protector of the myriad poison cult is indeed great riches and honor. However, what he was implying was as clear as day. This was absolutely nothing to him. He thought, a mere protector wants to pull me into the myriad poison cult's war chariot? Isn't that a little too naive? The Sword Collection Palace invited me as a guest elder, and they gave me a powerful arcane treasure at the very least. And, if I really do run into trouble, the Sword Collection Palace will lend me a hand for the sake of their pride. For a demonic sect like the Myriad Poison Cult, it'll be nice if they don't stab me in the back. Qian Liangmu smiled as if everything was within his grasp. Then he said, then what about the identity of a guest elder of the King of Southern Yu's estate? Yu Wufeng raised an eyebrow and thought, here comes the main show. The King of Southern Yu's estate had always had a tradition of recruiting guests, regardless of their identity or race. As long as they could pass through the corresponding test, they could become guests and receive the protection of the royal family, enjoying many benefits. In the past, whenever they recruited guests, countless cultivators of the Mist Province would flock over like ducks. In the Mist Capital, they would wage a bloody battle for the identity of a guest. Peng Jingni's lips parted, but he said nothing in the end. The South Sea Sword Pavilion could oppose the Myriad Poison Cult, and they did not fear Qian Liangmu's identity as a prince, but they dared not ruin the King of Southern Yu's estate's grand plan. The King of Southern Yu's method of selecting a successor was even harsher than the imperial clan of Great Xia. They revered the primitive law of the survival of the fittest. Princes trained in various parts of the Mist Province, so dying was very common. As long as a great cultivator like the master of the sword pavilion did not directly take action and carry out targeted killings, the king of Southern Yu's estate basically would not seek revenge. However, this matter was clearly connected to the conflict between the Mist Province and the Green Province. If the king of Southern Yu's estate could recruit Li Qingshan, it would be equivalent to directly dealing a heavy blow to the cultivation community of the Green Province. Who would be reckless enough to drag the king of Southern Yu down? Qian Liangmu glanced at Peng Jingni with a smile, filled with provocation. Right now, he no longer represented the myriad poison cult, but the king of Southern Yu's estate. However, to his disappointment, Li Qingshan did not reveal any expression of surprise. He still appeared very calm. Not bad, this can also be considered a great fortune. Is there anything else? Li Qingshan took a sip of wine and asked with a smile. Qian Liangmu's brows twitched. Should I say that he is greedy, or is he heartless? In the face of such an important decision, he could actually still smile. Esteemed guest. Qian Liangmu narrowed his eyes and spat out these two words as if he was spitting out a knife. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The dagger was revealed. Humph, let's see if you can still laugh. Yu Wufeng's eyes narrowed. He never expected the king of Southern Yu to offer something like that. The king of Southern Yu's estate was known to have 3,000 followers, which were divided into upper, middle, and lower levels according to their cultivations. Those who had to go through the first heavenly tribulation could become low-ranking officials, while those who had to go through the second heavenly tribulation could become mid-ranking officials. Only those who had undergone 3 heavenly tribulations had the right to become an honored guest. Just the mere status of a lower honored guest was enough to make countless people scramble for it. Before honored guests, even the king of Southern Yu had to show some respect, referring to them as fellow. Although Li Qingshan was known as the king of savages, he had yet to undergo the 3rd heavenly tribulation. The king of Southern Yu had actually broken tradition and directly appointed Li Qingshan as an honored guest. As long as he became an honored guest, he could basically do whatever he wanted in the Mist Province. There were countless other benefits as well. This truly was a great fortune. However, it was exactly because this fortune was great enough that it made it even more difficult for him to turn it down. Since the king of Southern Yu had demonstrated his determination, there were not a lot of people who dared to turn him down. If Li Qingshan turned him down, he would not necessarily be safe even if he remained within the formations of Savage Mountain. However, if he agreed, it would be equivalent to breaking off ties with the Green Province. As Qian Liangmu had expected, Li Qingshan's smile vanished as expected. He frowned slightly, but Qian Liangmu's heart sank. However, Qian Liangmu's heart sank. Li Qingshan had only straightened his body. Just this simple action was like a mountain suddenly growing several hundred meters taller, casting down a huge, heavy shadow. He felt the pressure suddenly increase. He was shocked. Li Qingshan had clearly not purposefully displayed his bearing to deter him. He had only assumed a stern stance, yet it was enough to make him feel greatly threatened. It was like a mortal facing a vicious tiger. Even if the vicious tiger had no intentions of hunting, all it needed to do was stare, and it was enough to frighten them. The startling salamander sword in Peng Jingni's hand thrummed and flew out of its sheath with a clang. He pressed down on the hilt in a hurry and comforted the startling salamander sword spirit. He sighed in amazement inside, just a slightly stern expression and no aura, and he managed to make the startling salamander sword give off a warning. What boldness! Originally, I thought with my cultivation, I wouldn't be among the best at the second heavenly tribulation, but I wouldn't be any weaker than anyone. Looking at it now, I've really overestimated myself. Senior brother Yu has cultivated arduously for so many years and is already close to the 3rd heavenly tribulation, yet he's still lost to him. Looks like it's no coincidence. In the past few years, Li Qingshan had been decisive in killing. Who knew how many second heavenly tribulation humans, demons, and demons had died to his hands, so he had developed a certain bearing. Please consider it carefully, Commander. Do not let down the King of Yu's kind intentions. Qian Liangmu knelt on the rock and clasped his hands. His sleeves fluttered as he bowed to the ground, bowing deeply. Originally, he was rather dissatisfied with the King of Southern Yu directly giving Li Qingshan the status of honored guest. Once Li Qingshan became an honored guest, even he, the prince, would have to take the initiative to bow when they met. But at that moment, most of his dissatisfaction vanished. Instead, he came to a realization. If it really became a battle to the death, I'll probably die to his hands. I won't even be able to escape. This was not a judgment based on rationality. It was purely a feeling of intuition. This intuition had only come to him through countless trials of life and death since he was young. Who knew how many times it had saved his life? Even if the title of King of Savages was still a little undeserving right now, with his talent and boldness, as long as he did not die along the way, there would be a day when he would leap over the third heavenly tribulation and stand alongside the various kings. It was not a shameful thing to bow to such a person. However, his bow was already a form of etiquette towards honored guests. It was close to forcing him to abdicate. He stared right into Li Qingshan's eyes fearlessly and thought to himself. Make your choice, King of Savages. Whether it's the Mist Province or the Green Province, if you take a wrong step, even geniuses will die. Their souls will disperse, and they'll be crushed to pieces. Li Qingshan smiled. What are you being so stern for? He scratched his head and sighed. Sigh, I originally wanted to muddle my way through, at least for a few years and wait until the war actually begins. But sure enough, a mighty provincial lord isn't that easy to deal with. Of course, pretending to agree first before explaining to the Green Province without offending either side seems to be the smartest choice. However, I've never been a clever person, and I don't like putting on an act and feigning civility, so, Li Qingshan drank all the alcohol in the jar and smiled. I refuse. Chapter 795. Qian Liangmu was originally complacent. He was extremely satisfied with his performance just now. Not only did he put on a sufficiently humble front, preventing Li Qingshan from venting his anger on him, but he did not back down at all in terms of bearing, directly forcing Li Qingshan to make a choice. He could not do it half-heartedly. When he heard Li Qingshan's earlier words, the corner of his lips had already curled up slightly. Since he understood the King of Southern Yu's power, all he could do was agree obediently. He had already begun imagining what kind of reward he would receive after completing this mission of persuasion. He would be taking another step closer to the King of Southern Yu's throne. If he could pull Li Qingshan and Qian Liangmu into his side, that would be for the best. However, when Li Qingshan gave his answer, even Qian Liangmu was stunned despite how shrewd he was. Peng Jingni and Yu Wufeng were taken aback too. They knew Li Qingshan would not agree so easily, but they never expected him to turn it down so straightforwardly. His words were equivalent to cutting off his path of retreat. He was not half-heartedly, not fooling around, not deceiving. He was rejecting him flatly, leaving no room for negotiation. Little and looked at him, blinked his eyes, and smiled. Commander Li, have you thought it through? Do you know what the consequences will be? There are a lot of people who don't fear the Emperor in the Mist Province, but there aren't a lot of people who don't fear the King of Southern Yu. Even if there are, they probably won't be able to live for long. Qian Liangmu was not threatening Li Qingshan. He had no intention of creating a powerful enemy for himself over the matter of the king's estate. Instead, out of surprise, he questioned him instinctively. He was tempted to smash open Li Qingshan's head and see what he was thinking. My life. Li Qingshan extended his hand towards Qian Liangmu. In that moment, Qian Liangmu felt like the hand could blot out the sky and envelop him. He could not help but lean backwards. If it were not for the fact that Li Qingshan did not give off any killing intent, he basically would have turned around and fled already. Li Qingshan clenched his fingers gently and smiled. Only in my own hands. Qian Liangmu coughed violently a few times to hide his loss of composure just now. He let out a long sigh and said, I didn't expect Commander to be so loyal to the sect. That's rare in the Mist Province, but have you ever considered, Commander, when you were set up by despicable people and sent to the Mist Province, did the Chan Monastery of Devanaga and Chu Lai King ever protect you? The so-called righteous path is nothing more than using a set of hypocritical morals to restrain mortals. We cultivators should not be restrained by such things. Haven't I made myself clear enough? I'm loyal to no one. Whether it's the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, Chu Lai King, or the King of Southern Yu, I came to the Mist Province because of my own choice. Of course, I haven't forgotten about the name Si Qing either. Regardless of gratitude or enmity, I will return it double. Li Qingshan resumed his lazy posture and gently stroked little N's seaweed-like long hair. The smooth and silky touch was very comfortable. Then I have nothing else to say. All I can do is bid farewell. Qian Liangmu stood up and clasped his hands. Please. Li Qingshan waved his hand. After a moment of thought, he took out another jar of alcohol and tossed it to Qian Liangmu. Send my regards to Lord Prefecture Overseer. If the opportunity arises, I'll pay a visit to the Mist Capital. Qian Liangmu was taken aback again. He only felt like his actions were always unexpected and unpredictable. Probably all geniuses had a few eccentricities, but he had forgotten that he was also known as a genius in the south. Qian Liangmu left in a hurry with the alcohol, returning to the Myriad Poison Cult and the Mist Capital to report back. Peng Jingni originally stayed behind because he wanted to ruin Qian Liangmu's plans, but in the end, he did not even get a word in. However, he still felt extremely satisfied after watching the show. You're quite gallant, fellow. Peng Jingni personally believed he did not have the courage to remain composed after turning down the King of Southern Yu. I've just turned down something that I should turn down. What gallant is there to speak of? Li Qingshan said. Though, I'm a little confused. Why did you say it so decisively, without leaving any room for negotiation? Peng Jingni originally thought that Li Qingshan did not turn down the South Sea Sword Pavilion's request outright and even left behind a sliver of hope because he was fearful of the South Sea Sword Pavilion. Looking at it now, that was not the case at all. Why would someone who did not even take the King of Southern Yu's estate seriously fear the South Sea Sword Pavilion? How can the mighty King of Southern Yu be brushed aside with words? If I agree, I'll definitely go to the Mist Capital to accept the appointment. By then, if I don't offer up a few proof of my allegiance, how can he spare me? If I want to turn him down again, I won't have a choice. In the end, I'll end up in an awkward position, at a loss for what to do. I'll be looked down upon by the Green Province, but I won't be trusted by the Mist Province either. I still have to make a choice. Li Qingshan shook his head in disapproval. Many times, it was not that he had to be resolute. Instead, there were many things where taking a step back would only lead to constantly retreating until there was no more room to retreat. The outcome would instead be even worse. He would be better off taking a step forward right from the beginning and carving out a path. I see. Peng Jingni came to a realization before letting out another long sigh. He should not have thought of such a simple principle. However, the influence of the King of Yu's estate was just too great, making people want to run away involuntarily. Then he asked, May I ask when you'll be visiting the South Sea? Li Qingshan rubbed little N's head. When she wants to go, I'll get your senior brother to contact you. I have a word of advice. This Qian Liangmu is a prince in name, but he's actually a despicable person. When he returns, he'll definitely stir up trouble and make things difficult for the Myriad Poison Cult and the King of Yu's estate. Why don't you lie low for a while? The South Sea is boundless. You can just find a random place there, and even the King of Yu's estate won't be able to reach you. Peng Jingni tried to persuade him. Before he knew it, his attitude towards Li Qingshan had changed from hostility to admiration. He really did not want to see him die here. And, if the King of Yu's estate really took action, Yu Wufeng would have to go down with him. If Li Qingshan went to the South Sea, he would definitely have a use for the South Sea Sword Pavilion, which would give him an opportunity to exchange for Yu Wufeng. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I don't think the provincial lord will be so impulsive, said Li Qingshan. If he really was afraid of danger, then he might as well flee back to the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Why would he go to the South Sea? Why had he come to the south in the first place? Peng Jingni did not agree. How could he entrust his life to someone else? With his personality, how could he ever think about getting lucky? He was just about to try and persuade him a little more. Junior Peng, there's no need to say anything more. My king has his plans. Go back and report to master. There's no need to worry about me. This is my fate. In the past, I was in a hurry to break through the third heavenly tribulation, so my foundation was unstable and I was doomed. It's perfect for me to consolidate my cultivation now. I'll serve the king of savages for a while. I believe there'll be a day when the time is right for me to return to the Sword Pavilion, said Yu Wufeng. Since Li Qingshan could survive the Dragon King of the Sea's pursuit, he obviously had his own methods. Moreover, the Banyan Tree King was probably standing behind him. In the beginning, he had been forced to swear a blood oath, hoping that the South Sea Sword Pavilion would save him, but during this period of time, he had instead given up on this thought as he fought across the south with Li Qingshan. He did not want his sect to get involved in this mess because of him. He had gained a slight understanding of Li Qingshan's personality. Even if Master holds a sword to his neck, he probably won't yield. It'll still be difficult for him to remove the blood oath in the end. Since he said that it's not necessarily impossible for him to set me free, he might not have just said it casually. All I can do is wait for this opportunity to appear. Yes, senior brother. Peng Jingni agreed. Yu Wufeng's judgment was also his judgment. Once he returned to the South Sea Sword Pavilion, he definitely would not suggest using force against Li Qingshan. In the end, he said to Li Qingshan, I still have a presumptuous request. I hope you can agree to it. Let's hear it. I want to ask for a jar of alcohol for my master. Peng Jingni said as his eyes shone. Yu Wufeng nodded. No problem. The Myriad Poison Cult, the Poison King Palace, the Poison Heart Hall. An old man in green robes sat on the altar. His face was withered, and his long hair draped over his shoulders, but it was black and translucent. As his eyes opened and closed, a sliver of green light flowed through them. Qian Liangmu stood below the altar and reported what had happened on Savage Mountain. He did not purposefully stir up trouble like Peng Jingni had guessed. Instead, he narrated what had happened extremely calmly, without any of his own thoughts. The Myriad Poison Ancestor listened to Qian Liangmu and closed his eyes. The hall fell silent. Qian Liangmu lowered his head deeply. A while later, the Myriad Poison Ancestor snapped open his eyes and asked, He told you to bring a jar of alcohol to your father? Yes. Qian Liangmu was taken aback. He had always prided himself on his cleverness, but even he found it rather difficult to wrap his head around this right now. There were so many important details, yet he just had to ask about a jar of alcohol. Only a single jar? The Myriad Poison Ancestor asked. Yes. What an arrogant brat. The Myriad Poison Ancestor said sternly. Qian Liangmu was rather confused. There were many areas where Li Qingshan was arrogant, but it was nowhere near this jar of alcohol. He had no idea how to answer, so all he could do was continue with an affirmative. Go to the Mist Capital and report back. In the King of Yu's palace, under a flowering tree in a quiet courtyard. A young man leaned against his hand and held a shiny, white chess piece as he stared at the crisscrossing chessboard in thought. The tree was an apricot tree, and the flowers were apricot flowers. They were pinkish white and bright red, giving off a faint fragrance and elegance. A gentle breeze blew over, and the flowers fell like snow. A while later, a thin layer covered the chessboard. A woman as pretty as an apricot flower blew gently with her pink lips. There were only the two of them in the courtyard, but the woman was not one of the players. Of course, the man was not pretending to play against her either. On the opposite side of the chessboard, there was a bonsai placed on a stone bench. It was a delicate, small tree. The trunk of the tree snaked around like a dragon, entrenched in the pot. Within its tiny space, it gave off a vigorous aura. "My king, Prince Liangmu has returned," an attendant from the palace reported. "Let him in." Qian Liangmu walked in slowly and bowed towards the young man first. "Greetings, father." The young man happened to be the lord of the Mist Province, the king of Southern Yu. He continued to stare at the chessboard. Then Qian Liangmu bowed towards the bonsai. "Tree King." The bonsai was a banyan tree, one of the countless clones of the banyan tree king. He shook the aerial root with the black chess piece as a response. Just when Qian Liangmu was about to bow towards the woman urged him, "Don't be so polite. If you have something to say, just say it. I still want to watch the game." Qian Liangmu agreed in a hurry. Just like how he did in the myriad poison cult, he described what had happened on Savage Mountain. However, this time, he added a lot of his own opinions. He carried out various evaluations and analyses of Li Qingshan and Little N, ranging from the various changes in the south to the situation of the Green Province and Mist Province. His content was over 10 times colder than before. The woman became impatient. The king of Southern Yu continued to stare at the chessboard. Only when Qian Liangmu finished did he turn around. Chapter 796. Yes. Qian Liangmu offered up the jar of alcohol. He was very confused. Why were they all asking for a jar of alcohol? Yes, the jar of alcohol was precious, but that was only to someone at his level. Whether it was the myriad poison ancestor or the king of Southern Yu, they would never ask for it. In reality, ever since the king of Southern Yu was appointed as a provincial lord, he had indeed rarely received such an ordinary gift. He fiddled around with the jar of alcohol in interest. "What do you think, fellow cultivator?" The banyan tree king in the pot swayed gently and said in an ancient voice, "I'm familiar with this child. I usually refer to him as a fellow cultivator." Qian Liangmu was dumbfounded. He referred to the banyan tree king as a fellow cultivator. The woman was surprised too. The banyan tree king had a mild temperament, but given his status and cultivation, even if others referred to him as a fellow arrogantly, he would not be angered, but just how many people in the world could he truly acknowledge as a fellow? "No wonder you're bold enough to come to my Mist Province. As it turns out, it's nice to enjoy the shade under a great tree," said the king of Southern Yu. The banyan tree king had always maintained a neutral stance. He would never give advice or suggestions. He would only analyze the situation and let you make your own decision. It was truly rare for him to directly express his preference like this. It's just sowing good karma. It's nowhere near protection. If you've thought it through, make your move. The banyan tree king obviously would not reveal Li Qingshan's secret to the king of Southern Yu, nor would he tell Li Qingshan about what happened here. This was his principle, so he could not analyze certain situations. However, what he was implying was very clear. It was not because he wanted to protect him, but because he felt that Li Qingshan had taken action against him. The disadvantages outweighed the advantages. As for how to make this move. As for how to proceed with this move. The king of Southern Yu pondered for a while before suddenly slapping open the seal and drinking all the alcohol in the jar. Clang! The white piece landed on the chessboard. He had given up on the opportunity to kill his piece, instead reopening the situation and building up his momentum. In that moment, Qian Liangmu suddenly understood the jar of alcohol's intentions. He was filled with disbelief. The jar of alcohol was not a gift to curry favor with the king of Southern Yu. He didn't have any intention of taking the initiative to ask for peace either. There were only 8 words in his words: treat him with courtesy and treat him as an equal. It wasn't that Qian Liangmu wasn't smart enough. It was just that this matter was too unbelievable. Although he thought highly of Li Qingshan, it wasn't to this extent. The most unbelievable part was the king of Southern Yu actually accepted the jar of alcohol. No wonder master is angry. This Li Qingshan only gave him 1 jug of wine. It was clear that he didn't put him in his eyes at all. He didn't even want to talk about friendship, let alone being his protector. Qian Liangmu took his leave. He thought about how he was going to tell the myriad poison ancestor about what had happened here when he returned. Though, with how the banyan tree king referred to him as a fellow, it's not a big deal. Perhaps even his master would have to think twice about this. What was the background of this Li Qingshan? Wasn't he from Qingzhou? How could he be friends with the banyan tree king? I really don't understand. The king of Southern Yu's decision was not just because of what the banyan tree king had said. The banyan tree king possessed a great status, but it was not enough to sway his decision. However, this was not enough to influence his decision. Moreover, after considering various factors, the current situation was not suitable to start a war with the Azure province. Li Qingshan had stated his stance too. He would not become embroiled in the conflict between the 2 provinces for the sake of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Of course, this guarantee was utterly unconvincing to the king of Southern Yu. If the 2 provinces actually went to war, he refused to believe that Li Qingshan could remain uninvolved. As a 3rd heavenly tribulation cultivator, why would he be willing to become embroiled in conflict? Could the hatred passed down from his ancestors really make him empathize with them, even to the point of losing his rationality? Compared to that, he would much rather remain in his courtyard, playing chess and admiring the flowers, focusing on cultivation. However, how could people truly be alone in the world? They would definitely be tied down by various connections, such as friends, lovers, children, and even enemies. It would lead to endless conflict. As for people who only wanted to avoid conflict and not prepare for battle, they would definitely lose all peace. His actions will be quite troublesome. There aren't a lot of banyan trees in the south, and the myriad poison ancestor isn't a magnanimous person. I'd like to see what he does next. The king of Southern Yu thought and took a few more steps. However, the banyan tree king's skill at chess had always been superior, so he was still distracted. The situation for the white pieces took a sudden turn for the worse. The black pieces were about to kill the dragon. The woman clapped her hands and smiled. Grandpa Banyan Tree is about to win. This game doesn't count. I was distracted. The king of Southern Yu waved his hand and messed up the chessboard. Lingji, you're being shameless again. How shameless, the woman said. Even a small area needs to be fought over when it comes to games, let alone a region that spans thousands of kilometers. It's a matter of life and death. The king of Southern Yu tapped the chessboard, producing a clear thumping sound. Stop quibbling. You've never been obedient since you were young, and your skills at chess are terrible. Grandpa Banyan Tree was far more distracted than you. The woman did not buy it, revealing the king of Southern Yu's past without holding back. Who told me to be called Lingji? It's obviously because I'm unwilling to lose out. The king of Southern Yu smiled. The Banyan Tree king smiled silently. Just like the woman had said, his mind was divided into countless parts, listening to countless words and watching countless flourish and decline, birth, age, sickness, and death. It was always the joys and sorrows of separation and reunion, love and hatred, repeated over and over again, but when he thought about it carefully, it was all different. It was like thousands of stars gathered in his heart, turning into a sea of stars. He had never grown weary because of his long lifespan. There were many, many things he needed to think about and questions he could not answer. As he played chess with the king of Southern Yu, he also conversed with Li Qingshan. Of course, he scrupulously abided by the rules of being a tree and did not reveal anything. Li Qingshan had to discover everything himself. "Are you ready, sir?" In the Azura field, Li Qingshan stood on the branch of the tree and asked. He had already decided to move the Banyan Tree King to Savage Mountain. He had moved all of the night roamers outside the Azura field. "I'm ready." "Then I'll have to trouble you to come out yourself. I really can't move you." Li Qingshan waved his hand, and a blood-red swirl appeared above the Banyan Tree King, expanding to several hundred times its original size in the blink of an eye. The ground shook, and the Banyan Tree King rose up slowly, flying towards the blood-red swirl with thousands of tons of soil and rock, vanishing into the swirl bit by bit. A similar swirl appeared in Savage Valley. The Banyan Tree King's colossal figure slowly appeared. The verdant crown was like a green cloud, blotting out the sky. All of the night roamers gazed at this sight with emotions from the bottom of their hearts. As for Yu Wufeng, the gentleman of heavenly blubber, and the other cave masters, they struggled to hide their shock, as the Banyan Tree King resided in the center of the Mist Province. He rarely had any branches in the south. They had only heard of his name, but they had never seen him in person. They could not help but sigh in amazement inside. "So this is the Banyan Tree King." Ghost Shadow was basically the one who understood the Banyan Tree King the most out of everyone here, so the shock he felt became even more intense. He stared at Li Qingshan on the branch. When Yiliubo told him that Li Qingshan and the Banyan Tree King referred to each other as fellow cultivators, he was filled with doubt. Only when he personally witnessed Li Qingshan and the Banyan Tree King chatting one day did he become convinced of this reality. As a result, he lost all thoughts of resistance. Just like Yu Wufeng, he just cultivated obediently and waited for the day when Li Qingshan would show mercy. A little more to the east. Yup, a little closer to the main peak. Be steady. Don't fall. Alright. Luo. Li Qingshan directed, and the Banyan Tree King adjusted its direction. With a great rumble, the Banyan Tree King landed slowly, right in the center of the valley, in the city of the past. Afterwards, it dug its roots deep into the ground. If everyone was surprised by how the Banyan Tree King referred to Li Qingshan as fellow cultivator, then probably even the King of Southern Yu would struggle to believe him if he told them his true opinion of Li Qingshan. Although Li Qingshan purposefully avoided talking about many things, the Banyan Tree King still noticed quite a few signs through their conversations. Afterwards, through his intelligence, he gathered and analyzed them and obtained an answer that left him surprised for a very long time. In the distant 9 heavens, who is waiting for him? "Are you satisfied with this place?" Li Qingshan said to the Banyan Tree King. "I still have to thank you for allowing me to return to the Mist Province and for having such a great place to cultivate." The Banyan Tree King thanked Li Qingshan. Although it was only one of the countless branches, being able to take root in a blessed land like this was beneficial to his cultivation. "You're welcome. However, I do have a small request. In the future, I'll have to ask you to preside over the formations of Savage Mountain." Li Qingshan clasped his hands. He wanted to establish Savage Mountain as a base of operations so that it would be convenient for him to carry out his activities in the south. However, although he had cast down a few formations of extraordinary power, formations at this level could not be used on a whim. If he wanted to unleash its full power, he needed to possess a relatively deep understanding of formations, but that would take a tremendous amount of time. Even with Little N's intelligence, it was impossible for him to accomplish it in a single stroke. Moreover, it was impossible for him and Little N to remain on Savage Mountain forever. If there was no one to preside over it, the formation's power would decrease by another 30%. Right now, all of his potential opponents were Third Heavenly Tribulation great cultivators, so it would be very difficult for the formations to stop them for too long. "I'm just a tree. It's my duty to provide shade, but as for presiding over the formations. The Banyan Tree King was rather troubled. He had always maintained a neutral stance, so he would never directly interfere with these matters. You said you want me to follow you to the Mist Province, so I fell out with the old dragon in the Green Province. I'll be a demon commander under your command in the future, so why don't you take care of me? If someone barges in, my identity will be exposed immediately, and once it makes it out, that old dragon will even kill his way over. Do you think you'll care or not? Li Qingshan teased. You brat. Fine then. The Banyan Tree King smiled bitterly. Under his control, the formations paused slightly, and the inscriptions flickered and vanished in the air before operating again. They merged with one another and radiated with an endless aura. From the outside, the mist that enveloped Savage Mountain grew thicker, but it was possible to see the sky outside from the mountain. If you have any orders from me in the future, Great King, I'll go cut down any insect that offends you. Li Qingshan smiled. He had made up his mind. With that, he had nothing to worry about. Even if the King of Southern Yu attacked, he wouldn't be able to get through the formations so easily. I'm not worthy of being referred to as Great King by you. I'm afraid my lifespan will be shortened. The Banyan Tree King said in exasperation. Your lifespan is very long anyway. Even if you shorten it by a few years, it won't be a problem. Yu Wufeng and the others who watched on from the side had already become completely speechless. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.